When you come into the world, every day you survive, God expects you to be a change agent. You must have something to change the world. Oh, to be generous, isn't it? You give those who don't have, because you never came with anything into the world. You see, I pay fees now for 12 students, but all of mine graduated, isn't it? But when I go to Chagwe, we are fishermen, very bright in Katasi there. But they don't study very far. They go back to fish. But I pick them, Kagwa. Kagwa came here, got a first class, isn't it? And he's here teaching, doing a master's. Whoever I pick it from there, they come and get first classes. But if you go and head, that is the role of humanity, humanism, okay? And that was, look, when this COVID came, National Council for Education said, you must go online. Open distance electronic learning, order. And we met in this room. I was seated there. Then you had these lecturers here, the dean, to Namasko. Then Henry came, but he came with the young man near him. He said for me, they said you have to upload. Henry said, no, I don't care about uploading. I have my young man here. Isn't it? This issue of uploading was scaring these ones of 30 or 40. But I was not worried. He had a young man. I don't know whether the young man is here. He said, I have my young man here to upload the material. That is how passionate. While others were shying away, Lubwama was saying, let us go ahead, isn't it? And indeed we did it. And indeed we graduated. Even before Makerere graduated, we are 1 year ahead of Makerere, isn't it? Because of people like Henry. He has left a mark. And he was friendly. You see, people of my cohort, those who are the few, in fact, I rang Mr. Musige Chigongo yesterday, very early in the morning, when I realized I was coming here. He has a stroke. He can't even talk very well. Those who are cosmate, Yamet with the Henry. But most of the people who are surviving divorced. They divorced. They don't have families. They have grandchildren cooking for them. Where is the wife? Yeah, he again. But this one is here with the family, isn't it? That is another. So this is a man who was clean and nice all through. Because you find very bright lecturers. They are cantankerous at home, isn't it? They are very good lecturers. But havoc at home, isn't it? On Monday, they came crying in my office. He said, stop paying salary to the account of this man. Pass it to me. We don't know where the money goes. And I said, madam, the law doesn't allow us. Isn't it? Since he's the worker, the money has to go to his what? Account. Unless you have a written thing, he gives you a percentage. So this is the situation we are talking. But then the late Canon Njagala taught me something about God and death. He said, when you go to a garden, what kind of fruits do you normally pick? I said, I pick the ripe ones, the good ones. He said, that is how God behaves. Then I said, should I stop being good in order to live longer? Because he was scaring me that now that you are so good, you are likely to go. So this is the situation we are in. But what we do is really to recognize and appreciate God's endowment that He gave us Henry. He made him work, isn't it? And to love his profession and the people, isn't it? Let me tell you, even in the best schools now, I won't mention the names, lecturers go to class 20 minutes later. I'm telling you, the reason why those good schools perform well is that they get good students. The students teach themselves. I don't want to tell you the names. But then now they are coming back. You ask them, show me your homework. Said, because from here you want to know where the teacher has marked. They are not given homework, no assignments. They are told to read on their own. Because the teachers went there, it's not by calling. They are there because it was the last resort. So you realize that this one, Henry, Teyatusala, isn't it? Teyatusala. He chose a profession, became a professional teacher, changed the minds, changed the people, and the legacy will continue. It is like cascading. He lit the light, isn't it? The lady there was saying, but this, I think we wrote something about faith-based, Ndejje is religious. I said that in Ndejje, our role is to transform people. Let people be corrupt. We may not have control. But we are saying that if you were a candle and you shine in darkness, you become like an antenna or a beacon. You will be seen from far. For you, don't worry. You become clean, be transformed, do well, the way Henry did. But when you go out among the corrupt, people will again shy from, Sajja Wuyaze, Sajja Wuyaze. Eventually, you pull some to you, isn't it? So that is the role of education at Ndejje, transformative, education. And that's what Henry did, isn't it? So with those few words, I want all of us to emulate him. I want you young people to join the teaching profession. Because it is the easiest profession where you can make an impact. Imagine you stand alone and you address 50 students. It has a higher multiplier effect. That is the teaching. A higher multiplier effect. If I were you. Now for me, when I joined Makerere in 1975, the first year I joined in engineering, first year and the second year were common. So it means all the engineers had to go through me. I was teaching engineering, mathematics, and materials, and what have you. Now, wherever I go now, of course, some have died, but wherever you go, every engineer in this country went through my hands. Every engineer. Now, when I go to banks, those who did the MEG, because at that time, there are very few women doing the MEG. They were failing in mathematics, isn't it? Paper 2. Until we came and taught that. But now those engineers, this CEO of Stambik, I taught her, isn't it? All of these, you call this lady in rural electrification. What is her name? Okay. That CEO. All of those, Engineer Muloni, you name all of those, I taught them. So I'm unlikely to be stuck. Okay. 2 months ago, I had the surgery. Okay. Then they said, do you know, before you have surgery, we must have a specialist to come and check your heart and the ECG, isn't it? Echo, you have to wait. So I went there at 7. Then the doctor came. But of course, you can't recognize the former students, you know. They took me in. And afterwards, as he was writing, he said, do you know one afternoon when you are going to teach Kepler's laws in physics, you realize we are very hungry, and you went and you brought bogoya for us, and after eating, you started teaching. I was among those. I am the son of Professor Serulio, who was an artist. That is the one who took. Then I went to surgery, okay? And then after surgery, Dr. Wati, I said, do you know, the people who worked on you, both of them were your students. That is the role of teaching. That is the role of impact formation, isn't it? With those few words, I want to encourage the family. I've told them to apply for gratuity. And the students are coming back this week, next week. We'll do everything. Because in Yarugumayo, we paid. All of the departed ones, we pay. You'll be shocked. There are those who are alive, who have not got. But when one passes on, those people become more in accounts. They are more sympathetic to the widow or to the, widow. So we have to do something very serious, okay? I'm very sorry that I'm leaving, but I'm leaving you in good hands. Now, the Dean of Education is here and is the one who knew, or both of them knew Henry in and out, okay? So they will stay on. Maybe should take charge, isn't it? In my absence, I delegate all the responsibility. Whatever you want from VC, contact him. Thank you very much. Sorry, I had forgotten my responsibility actually. I have to launch the lecture, but this is what we've done today is the first one. This is the first one. We are having a lecture or a Thanksgiving of this nature in memory of a departed colleague. Okay, so you can see the impact. It is as if we are throwing a stone in water, the ripples will go. Okay, we are going to have a continuous thing. Now I want to launch this formally, and also I understand we need to. Where is a knife? Huh? Who has a knife? Yes. And where are the cameramen? We need the camera also. Is it? Because normally that is what they need. No, but you stay there. Don't you stay there? We need to.
Student, representative staff. Student,
Okay.
You count. Counting.
Okay, on the count of 3, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Since the Professor Vice Chancellor has already mentioned that he had another meeting, Professor, we thank you so much for sparing your time despite your busy schedule and for launching this lecture. We've already mentioned that we shall sit down and see how it can be put in a policy and do it in the best way. Thank you so much. You've been a bit weak, but thank you for loving Faculty of Education and for loving Dr. Lubwama. I'm glad you had a lot of interaction with him before. And I had to summarize because he has another schedule. But I want us to thank Mama Christine and the family that took care of Dr. Lubwama. Yeah. When he passed on, he had not had a stroke. He was not suffering from hunger or depression or any kind of conflict at home. And I want to mention that the family, the wife used to pack food for Dr. Lubwama. Food, fruits, a cup of tea and a flask, and we all used to enjoy it. So he was well taken care of, and if you recall very well, he used to be very clean and very smart. Not clean, neat. So if he had spent a night struggling with his wife, he wouldn't come when he was neat. His shoes blushed. You would see how ramshackled he would be. But he was someone being taken care of very, very well. Thank you, Madam Christine. Thank you, the family. He was a happy person. It would be difficult for us to enjoy his company if he was at conflict at home. I want to thank you so much. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you so much, our dear Vice Chancellor. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you so much for all of you are still here, and we welcome those who have just joined us. As we are having this cake served, allow me welcome Shehan Standard Primary School for also a presentation, but also little ones and everyone. We are live on Ndejje University TV. We are live, and so thank you. You little ones, we want you to be inspired to study very hard, perform very well, and you later on join Ndejje University, okay? We will be here, everyone will be here waiting for you as you go through all stages of the education. Let us welcome our dear little ones from Shehan Standard Primary School for their presentation. As they do present, we shall be expecting a family representative to give some remarks. We shall have a member from the family after the little ones to have some remarks, and we shall go on with the program. Maybe we have a teacher to help these little ones line up very well. I don't know how the program was. If we can have the same way our friends were lining up here, it will be better. Yeah, can we make a curve here? A curve. You can extend the other side. Yes, like that. Like that, yes. Then others, push, yes. Do we have some people standing in front of us, or we are only making one line? Okay, if we're having some people in front of us, let us have another one. Ready? Take your time, take your time. Take your time and be ready. Okay. All right, all right, all right. Are we ready? I think they are ready. Okay, the floor is yours.
I wonder who thought of this founder. The founders are good, the directors, the teachers, the aspirants, the books, the secretaries, etc. I cannot finish them due to time. Such a wonderful story and is. I encourage every parent to bring their child and children to primary school because we invest in education. Shehan, a wonderful school. You are like God in a house. You are like nectar in a flower. You are the oasis in Sahara Desert. I wonder who gave you that name. Shihan. I wonder who thought of this founder. The founders are good, the directors, the teachers, the askaris, the cooks, the secretaries, etc. I cannot finish them due to time. What a wonderful school Shihan is. We encourage every parent to bring his or her child to Shihan Standard Primary School because we invest in education. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you very much, our little ones from Shehan Standard Primary School. Yes. At this very moment, I don't know who the family chose, but we would like to have a family member to make some remarks. Thank you so much.
Okay. Good afternoon, members here present. The Vice Chancellor in absentia, the Dean of the Faculty of Education, Ndejje University, the staff of Ndejje University, guest of honor, protocol observed, members from Carriot, old friends to our late father, Frobo Fraternity, Shia School, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to remember the late Dr. Henry Lubwama in this way. We are really as a family, we are very grateful to you, to whoever thought of this, and we really appreciate what you have done for us. The earlier speakers have talked all that was about our late father. As a family, we are grateful to Ndejje University, where our father spent almost the entire later life of his life for about almost 20 years. Yeah, and in his life, he had never talked about retirement, and yet he died at the age of 77 years. But he did a lot. He was a family man, as well as an educationist, as you have said. He was always there for the family issues, and he was always our chairperson for the family meetings, even the extended family meetings. And we learned a lot from him for the time we spent with him. As you have already noted, time of his life, he talked about skilling. I didn't know much about skilling. By the way, I'm a banker. I work with Finance Trust Bank. And I didn't get so much time to learn more about education issues. I spent most of my life in the bank. But he talked about skilling, and indeed, it is important that the university picks up that value of skilling. I think we need to produce more people who are practical than the kind of education that we got earlier, so that people come out of university when they can do practical work. So I think that value of skilling, we need to advocate for it. We talked about it so much. Every time we talk about skilling. As a family, you remember we had a very trying time in June last year, 2021. Both our parents were sick at the same time, and we had almost lost, but we thank God for the life of our mother. She's still alive. Mzee didn't make it, but we did all our best to ensure that they get up, but that's how God decided. We thank you all, those who managed to make it to our ancestral place in Kamuli, Busiro, for the burial, for the support you gave us. We are really appreciative. We didn't have the time to thank you all, but this is an opportunity for me and the family to thank you for whatever you did for us and whatever you are still doing for us. With those few words, I want to appreciate the team from Ndejje University, the team from the every institutions, the people who have led the TV crew from Ndejje TV. Thank you much.
Thank you so much, Mama. You have something? Yes. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. You want to?
Director is here.
Okay.
So we said, they told us to use this time.
It's okay. It's okay. Yes.
I have already introduced myself. I thank you everybody who has been able to come. I thank the organizers. I thank everybody who have done that. Others have already had said they would come. Maybe they have failed because of the short notes. But I would comment. Many things would be said about Mr. Lubwama, but there are some inner ones which could not be portrayed publicly. And maybe these are the ones I would say, talk about, because the family has already been represented by our son, and now I'm talking as the inner family, the other wife, and those things which he could not give to others. I would especially thank those people who were traveling with him to Ndejje in the black vehicle. I think the Black Mamba, they gave him the hope, and every time he would first ring, these knackers cannot pick. This Grace, we nicknamed her Ndejje, is not picking. We must go to Ndejje, we must. So those I thank very much. Traveling with him all the days he had been there. You enabled him to be alive for all that time. During that time, he was promoting the work ethics. He had the zeal for working, and he wanted to be perfect. In fact, for all his years, that is what he has been doing. But lately, when he dedicated himself to the God, he realized one thing, a very important thing, that the teachers were honored very much, and they were said they would be judged more than others. And with that, he increased his zeal in working. He said, now I have realized my goal, my purpose on earth is to teach. And that I must teach. No matter what, whether you are paid or not. And he said, education is a service where we don't expect to earn. But it must help us to earn a living in another way. So now he was eager to sell that idea to the bana, because he used to call his students bana. Abaana balina okumanya. The children must learn. But he used to say it in Luganda, abaana. So he had the van at his heart and said, no matter what, he must teach. And that is how he ended. It is good that he said that he was the one of those few he ended with. Because he said, where he was sitting, there is a vana, bajja kujja. I must teach them. They said, but your friend said they are not going, but I'm going. So he left. After that, he packed his bag and left. And when he came back, that is when he got a little bit. It was the hypertension which came up with increased, and then it was difficult to manage. Another thing he said that there should be that the education, the teachers must fight for their esteem, self-esteem. If you don't build your self-esteem, who would build it for you? So that is why he was looking so smart, he was looking so good, and said, these doctors, they are all our children. Is there anybody who has never passed through us? So he said, God recognized us. He recognized us. Why is it that he said we would be judged more than others? So he did not want to be judged in a bad way. He thought every teacher should take up his tool to aid to pass on the information in the best way. So wherever he was doing his best. And another thing which he did, he was in many services. Besides that, he was in the help age in Uganda, and he did a very good work. He was an LLC chairman for almost 20 years, and he said, I am tired for that. But he never got tired with the teaching. Though they requested him to stay on, he said, no, I'm tired with that. I'm not a politician, I am a teacher. So, in his way of improving himself and also work, he got some disappointments. They started field work in secondary school. I think Mr. Buncho knows very well how they initiated that, and some few children did it. But he thought it was the best thing to do in the secondary schools. Even in the lower schools, where we need more skills, they would start from the field work to go to the research and getting more skills in whatever they are doing. That was one disappointment when it was scrapped by the government. Another program which he did with all his heart was population and family life education. Also was scrapped, but he thought it was one of the best. I don't know if there is still things which are done through it. And another one, which was, this one he started it in Ndejje University. It is counseling and guidance. And he thought that it would be taken as a subject, a full-fledged subject, that somebody takes one subject and the second subject would be counseling and guidance. Is it guidance and counseling? So also, just not very far away, it was also scrapped in government. They were working with the minister, one minister, it was called Nakazi, Bitamezire. So they started it, and Ndejje University was the first to produce the pupils, the worker, the person, the people, students in that guidance and counseling. But recently he wrote another letter to the ministry because they were not recognizing them, that he wrote, and that even if you take away, you scrap, but it was your program also, we were implementing it. So now recognize these people and you phase it out. So this government phased it out. But this is the time when counseling and guidance is needed from nursery up to university, even outside. Now, supposing many university students teachers have got that skill, each school would be running for them. But it was scrapped. But his hope did not die. He said at one time, there will be a government which will bring them back. And for him, he was saying, I'm starting Floroi. It will be giving some counseling and guidance to all people who would pass through Floroi. But it is not yet firm. I'm sure there is somebody who would talk about it. But also, he thought there was also a skill which was left out, which he developed with his comments. Others, they were 5, and they started it, carried to develop that side of skilling with technical students to become teachers, so that they also instill the skills which are necessary for everybody. And also, he was advocating now a pedagogy, and he thought everybody, lecturer, everybody in any institution where an instructor or anybody who can pass in information, he needs to be given the teaching methods. So he was developing that in pedagogy. I think those are the things which were at his heart, and all this time trying to see how they can be revived and also go on. Now, I would call upon one of the directors of Carriot to talk about something they started together. Dr. Kafuma, please. This is the time we are given that we pass on at least that information. I'm sure Mr. Mukibe will pass on the information about Flolo and the Frobel, the first school he produced, he started, have already introduced themselves. So thank you very much.
And the guest of honor, the Dean Faculty of Education, and Madam, of Ndejje University, our pupils from the 2 schools, Mukama favors you. As I told you earlier, you know, I for one, as I say, my names are. But the Basungu say, don't say like that, but say what? Name is. I for one who went to school and I was born in Africa. I don't do that. Why? I was born and given a name. Taken to church, also given a name. Whenever I fill forms, even joining the university, or getting ID, national ID or passport, up they say first name. Below they say other names.
Second name, then they say
I mean, so for that, myself, I say, my names are Dr. Mukasa John Dungu Kafuma. And I'm a Rotarian, by the way. I came slightly late because we had a seminar at Silver Springs Hotel, the district team for this year. However, I came here. When I say I'm a doctor, and I say I'm a motor vehicle mechanic and the technical teacher, people wonder. But that's the truth about it. I'm a motor vehicle mechanic by profession. People talk about skilling Uganda. They talk about skills. Remember, during the 1920s, 1950s, 1960s, 70s, 80s, even 90 maybe. People used to say, whoever goes for technical education, vocational education is what? A failure. Not knowing what we are talking about. I tell people, Ngamba Abantu, that when you go for technical and vocational education, then you are the power of any country which develops. And that's why, for us who do technical education and vocational education, we do things or produce things which people do what? Use. Look at fashion designers, or carpenters, or tailors, builders, even we, motor vehicle mechanics. When the vehicle fails, you call for who? Therefore, that's not Rachel. I thank God that after my O level, I went to St. Joseph's Technical Institute, Kisubi, and enrolled for motor vehicle mechanics 51 for 2 years. People said, ha, Kafuru Magenzo, a good day. I said, I must work hard and pass. And God was at my side. I passed 51. What did I do therefore? To prove I'm not what? A failure. But I told what is the word power. But the what? The power. Why? Because I'm to start doing things which others cannot do. Come on, favors you. I usually tell people when I go to technical institutes and wherever I go, that people used to have PhDs in history. I'm sorry to say that, but it's the truth about it. You ask somebody who has done history, what can you do? To cram that Papa came into Uganda 1969. Hey, then what is that? And that's why today the government of Uganda is talking about skilling what? Uganda. Meaning what? That every Ugandan must have what? A skill to earn a living. Come on, favors you. I did motor vehicle in 1973 up 75. Then 1976, 77, I did what they call advanced certificate in motor vehicle what? Mechanics. By then it was Uganda Technical College, Kyambogo. The problem is we don't have enough time. Otherwise, I'll tell you my story. 1980, 81, I just started for online diploma in mechanical engineering. UTC Kyambogo by then. For 2 years. 84, 85, I did what they call higher diploma in mechanical engineering through Kyambogo. How many years? 2 years. Then after that, I went to Makerere to apply and do a degree in engineering. They said, yes, Kafuruma, should I admit you? But you have to go to year 1 and do a degree for 4 years with A-level students. I said, that is to hell, you're abusing me. How can I do 7 years doing both knowledge and skills? Knowledge and skills. Knowledge and skills. Then I sit in class with the A-level students who only have knowledge. I said to hell with a degree. What did I do? 2000, I just sent for a diploma in technical teacher education in Kyambogo University, Kyambogo Polytechnic. By then, Dr. Lubwama was one of the lecturers in faculty of what? Education. And for me was in mechanical. But then when I joined there, I said, hey, these are the people here who are going to train me to become a technical what? Teacher. Who want to have the skills of teaching others motor vehicle mechanics. By the way, 1980, I started programs on Radio Uganda by then as how to repair vehicles. And then on TV, by then it was called Uganda Television. Why? Because I did technical what? Education. People thought the person who was doing it was a professor. Kumbe not. Somebody from where? Kisubi Technical Institute. Come up for Zugu. So I became a technical teacher in 2000. But God is good always. Kyambogo became what? A university. By the way, what I want to talk about this person here, you know, when I was doing that diploma in technical teacher, at the same time I was also still teaching in Kyambogo. So I went for school practice. This man here and another man called the Kaloka, because we are 5, so they came to supervise me. I thought it was going to be very easy with it for me, because we are fellow people on the staff. But my dear, it was as if they have never seen me. Why? Because for him, he's perfect in what was doing. I think they wanted me also to do what? Not to think that you can get things for easily like that. And I became a good technical teacher because of this person here. I tell people, number one, that in Uganda today, as I know, I'm the best technical teacher in this country. That's what I know. And I also say I'm the best motor vehicle mechanic in this country. That's what I know. I'll tell you later. But otherwise, 2001, Kyambogo became what? A university. What did I do thereafter? I applied immediately. They admitted me to do a degree in technological studies. Not for 4 years, but only how many years? 2. That was very fair to me. Because by then, it was Professor Dr Lubwama. He said, let us try this man. Since he has done all this up to HD, let us test him. If he passes, then we shall know others can also do it. But when you have God, nothing is what? Possible. I did a degree and I did what? I passed. That's what 2001, 2003. Why? Not because what? A failure, but what? The power. Then 2007, I went to Moi University, Kenya, just for masters in technology education. 2010, I graduated with masters in technology what? Education. Why? Not because what? But what? The power. 2012, I registered for PhD in University of Eldoret. 2018, November 30th, I graduated with a PhD. And I've been lecturing in Kyambogo University. Can a failure lecture in university? So, when we talk about technical education, I'm there to support whoever wants to do technical education. Because I know that whatever I talk about in this country, those countries we have developed, China, Japan, Germany, they put a lot of emphasis in technical what? Education, vocational education. But for us in Uganda here, we are saying they are the failures. Today I'm happy the government has woken up. They have realized that technical education and vocation, they were to go. That's why they have come up with a new curriculum, rigid curriculum, in secondary school. By the way, my thesis in the master's was introduction of technical vocational subjects in the secondary schools in Uganda. I'm happy that has happened. Now, today I tell people, and which is the truth, I'm the best instructor driving school. I have a driving school. I'm the best instructor in this country as far as driving is what is concerned. So therefore, when I talk about technical education, I cannot finish. But 2.0, there are some other lecturers in Kyambogo who are retiring, by the way. And then Lubwama said, Why can't we start a technical institute to train technical teachers? Because Kyambogo had phased out certificates. It was certificate in technical education. They had phased it out. Why can't we start it as a private institution? For him wanted to start things. So they sat together, 4 of them. But then Dr. Lubwama said, can't you call this young man to join us? Since he has done technical education, we can be able to start. 2000, we sat down and started Carl Institute of Technical Teacher Education to train technical teachers. And we are affiliated to Kyambogo University. The good thing, all of us were there working in the university. So it was very, very what? Very easy, leading us to do that. It is too bad that he passed away. Otherwise, he wanted the Kariot to start offering what? Degrees. And was able to do it. When Kyambogo phased out Bachelor of Technical Education, for him he said, no, let me take it to where? To Ndejje. And now students go to where? To Ndejje to do Bachelor of Technical Teacher Education. Now Kyambogo wants to bring it back again. And you say, what happens in this world, you cannot understand. So I thank you so much, Ndejje University, for organizing this remedial lecture. By the way, it awakens up people that whatever you do, you must leave what? A legacy, to be remembered for what you have done. Even if you die, still what you have done remains where? In the country to serve others. So thank you so much for organizing this, and I'm very happy. The family, she called me and said, there's going to be a memorial lecture, but come and join us. I said, I'll do what? I'll come. Thank you so for accepting me, to invite me for being here. It was short notes. I was about to refuse, but because they talked about what? Dr. Lubwama. And I said, no, I must do what? I must go. Come off of our muksa. Those who are done. Thank you.
What's CAL? What is CAL?
What is CAL? It is CAL Institute of Technical Education. We have K, A, and L. Those are capital letters. We write them in capital letters. And YOT are younger letters. K, there was Kaloka. Another K, Kabuga. Then Chakulumbye. Those are the Ks. And Kafuluma. 4 people were the Ks. Then A, there's a man called Ali. And then L, Lubwama. So the lectures are the KAL. And then Institute of Technical Teacher Education. We're in Namugongo, after Catholic Church. Protestant Church, Shrine. That's where our institute is. We started with operating from Lugujjo Vocational Institute until we got money and bought our land in a Sunday. So that is Kariot. Yes. By the way, we are 5 directors, but 2 of them left us. That's Lubwama and Kabuga. But the 3, we are still there. And one of us, Kaloka, is also a very old man, but God is still giving him the what? The life. And the family gave us somebody to represent Mr. Lubwama. And also Kabuga gave us a son to represent him. So we are now full still, we are 5. Mr. Ndejje is one of us now. Come up favors well. For me, I don't know, but I also want to sing a little thing. Time maybe.
No, it's okay.
If someone can learn how to talk, sing.
Sanyokela ekigambo kino Yesu Mukama atwagala nnyo ddala alina bingi ebisanyusa naye kyesenga nte ze mwaka anjagala Yesu anjagala nga kitalo Yesu konjagala oyo anjagala olw'ekyesa kyeddala nange namwagala.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Personally, I'm really honored to be before you, great people of this nation. It's really a privilege. We are going to have a presentation from our little ones, from Shehan. As they prepare to come and give a presentation, after them we shall have Mr. Ivan also. We are beating time. We are beating time, and those who are having rush hours, trying to beat some programs, I want to assure you that we are going to make it, and you will not leave here late. We are doing everything we can to make sure we meet the time. A lot has been said, but one person, I love listening to people, but one person said, rush answering. You know, when they asked me that question, I was like, he said, you need more years to answer me that question. I never understood. But trust me, the time we live in the flesh is short. But what we are remembered of is what live longer than us. That's why even the great grandchildren of Dr. Lubwama will live on this legacy. And that's the longest that we will live. 77, just that's less. But the question is for you and me, what will you be remembered of? What will you be remembered of? I don't think what doctor said, I hate repeating what you said, but I was touched. Some people put us down so much, and you feel like what you're doing is wrong. But from you and what I've heard, I'm gonna hit that goal, whatever it takes. I'm going there. And all of you, you young ones, you're here, but be inspired by the great words of our elders, okay? However, your friends, yes, let's come in. However, your friends tell you that, you perform poorly, you get less marks, keep on that book. Keep on that book, okay? Keep reading, keep your head up. One day, you're going to be great. One day, you'll live to testify on the words like these words of our doctor we've had. Thank you so much. Let us have a presentation from our little ones.
Good morning, Mommy.
Morning to you. Good morning, ma'am. I think you sit here and eat something. We go to school.
Okay, Mommy.
Yes. I think we are finished.
any gift from strangers and always document all. Have you had best teachers? Okay, go home.
Fred,
Time.
me too long time.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Where were you going?
I was going home.
I was going to the shopping mall.
Really?
Yes.
Hmm. What do you want to give me?
I want to give you a gift.
Really?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yes, bye.
Bye.
Why are you receiving gifts from strangers? Don't you know receiving gifts from strangers is bad?
No, he's not a stranger.
He's not a stranger.
Yes.
What relationship do you share with him?
He is my friend.
He's your friend.
Yes.
It's okay. Let me take you home.
Good afternoon, madam. Good afternoon, Chancellor.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Today I found your daughter receiving gifts from a stranger.
Was he a boy or
A boy.
what is this? It has been a long time. I love you. I think you are going to come at night. What does this mean? What does it mean? What does it mean?
He's just my friend.
He's just your friend. What did he write in the letter? Come here. What did he write in the letter? He's just your friend. Am I stupid?
No, mom.
How can you do that? And this is my last warning to you. The next day I'll find you for myself. But you will regret. You go even unpeel the matoke. Thank you, Counselor, for that information.
It's okay.
Angel, Sema, come and go back to school.
Okay, mom.
Morning, class.
Good morning, teacher Jim.
How are you?
We are all right. Thank you, teacher Jim.
Miss America, come. Good morning, sir. Where are they? I think these children are late because this one was sick, and I cannot leave this one at home and I come with this one at school. I have to first work on this one and they come together. It's time. Yes, that's it. You can remember what you learned about the verb.
A map is a representation of an object and seen and done from above. Okay, who can tell me what is a picture?
A picture is a representation of an object and seen and done from a side.
Correct.
Excuse me, teacher. In the morning, I came here when that girl was sleeping, and right now she's still sleeping. Why? Check on her. Come here. What's wrong?
Nothing, teacher.
Yesterday, I found you vomiting behind the classroom. You said that you are not sick. Are you sick?
No, teacher, I'm not sick.
Say the truth.
I'm not sick, teacher.
Say the truth.
Yes, teacher, I'm sick.
Okay.
That girl, teacher, that girl. We are going back home. That girl I saw him when they are pulling him, when they are telling him that, hello, Peter, hello, there you darling. That girl.
You girl. That is.
I think she is pregnant. I think she is pregnant.
Teacher, check him.
Okay, let me check her. Oh, you girl, you are pregnant.
No, teacher, no, I'm not pregnant.
You think that I'm stupid?
Teacher, I'm not pregnant.
You think that I'm stupid?
No, teacher.
Let me take you to the head teacher. Excuse me, head teacher. This girl is pregnant.
Who made her pregnant? Auntie, you get her.
Frederick.
Angela, who is Frederick? Frederick is your friend.
Your friend?
How did you know Frederick? I knew Frederick since I was on my former school. Secretary, what should we do? We should call his parents.
Okay.
Hello. Hello. Hello, mommy. Hello, mommy Sarah. Sarah. Sarah's teacher has said is pregnant.
Hello, Nyabo. Ozotya Nyabo. Mikwano gya mwana wo giŋŋambye that omwana wo bw'aba badde ewaka asanga omusajja mu kkubo mbu ne bagamba hello Peter, how are you? Naye kati essaawa zino ali lubuto. Wabula jangu ffe ebitusobedde. Osiibye otya nnyabo?
Bulungi nyabo. Gyebaleko ssebo. Gwe, olubuto waluggyeewa. Olubuto waluggyeewa. Olubuto waluggyeewa. Kyogamba bakkebedde basiru.
So mukebere. Ndowooza tuli basiru abamukebedde.
Toli lubuto nze ndi musiru. Olubuto waluggyeewa. Kale situka. Jangu tugende bakaye ekisawo kyekitali mu magezi kino. Laba kati bagobye ne ku ssomero. Tugende ewaka. Kulekayo Ssemakula. Osanze wanene waka waliwo emirimu mingi kati nkusaba ogenda onsenere ku mazzi yanguwayokko enjo jangu kubuulira nze kankwe ku magezi ng'omukyala kwata zineeno ssente ogende weeyiiye va waneeno kubanga taatawo n'akusangawo agenda kukukuba akutte na bussi. Toyagala kgenda naliyo nga mukola ebintu byammwe nze nakugamba ogende mu bulenzi bwo genda ate yangwa teweesolya nja nakkakuba. Halo nasiibyeyo bulungi iye twetegala ensawo yakawunga kubanga kabadde kaweddewo naye ebijanjaalo ndowooza anti n'akava akalundi nako koba oleetera iye kale kulikayo mwami nvuddeyo sibya nno mwami gyendi osiibye otya bulungi ebyawaka mbirese biri mu mmotoka anti kati nabyesituulira ng'omusajja ow'obuvunaanyizibwa olina okugenda n'obireeta golaba nsobola okusitula ensawo z'omuceere naawe napangisiza bakanyama kale nawe jjawo olugambo wama jangu wanene okunnyonnyola jangu nkunnyonnyole sigenda nakuyita wala nnyo nze kankubuulira amazima agaliwo ekituufu enjo yatandika mpola kansala najja waneeno naŋŋamba omwana amusanze n'omulenzi saabitwala siriyasi nga manyi oba mukwano gwe ne mwesonyiwa mbu Peter era kati omwana yafuna olubuto iye nange simanyi gye yalujja anti twamukebera ng'afunye olubuto nze simanyi kale omwana ali lubuto kyekyola kimwali mugwa ebibuuzo ebya ingiriisi buuziza kirala oddamu kirala tolaba nti tomanyi luzungu kugambye omwana aliwa ongambye nti ali lubuto omwana aliwa omwana yadduka ewaka gamba lumu nti gwe yamugoba kati omwana nze nsobola okugoba omwana wange kyogamba oyo omwana naye musiru tategeera asobola okwegoba ewaka kati golaba nange nsobola okukwata omwana wange ne mugoba ewaka osobola mwabakazi temuli bangu muli buzibu omwana nange sinze yamugoba ewaka gwe yamugoba mwabakazi mwe bamanyi muli bantu bazibu nnyo omwana kati nange nsobola okukwata omwana wange ne mwogobera ewaka naawe olaba kijja wagenze n'omupangiriseeza baawe n'omufunira bba jukira omwaga oyo yenza gwokazanga akakima nkugambye omwana asinze yamugobye ewaka omwana yadduse ewaka ozimbye ennyo nga tenze musajja ewaka nja kukuba wamasande ngamba taata nkugambe oyo yakwasa ssente nga mpulira wali eri ku mulyango n'agamba nti nno kwata genda weeyiye vaawo ne wano taata we agenda kusanga akukube nabadde ku mulyango nga nkuwulira tewewaka na maama kituufu wamugobye wagobye omwana omwana nze namugambye nti nno kwata zineno ssente ogende kuba nga taata we agenda olaba owaki obadde owakana kyobadde olimba anti nange kyobadde olimba nkakube owonye kyebakuba abakazi ngenda okukuba nkuze nekuba eryakuleeta kalabi fuluma n'okufuluma ennyumba yange fuluma
tata tutandika kuba tata musonyiwe tumutwala
kale kankubire poliisi mufuluma
tata togeza tokitwayingako kisuule wansi musonyiwe
manyiira nnyini kagende kalaba lwa bumpi.
Peter? Okimanyi nti wanfunisa olubuto? Tuteze tonneegaana. Mazima ddala. Bannange. Peter.
Nze nkufunisa olubuto sisobola ewaffe tetuzaala kugambye ekyo ewaffe tetuzaala wamanyi n'ebizibu byo manyi n'ebizibu ewaffe tetuzaala tetuzaala wamanyi n'ebizibu byo genda
Bannange senga ye lwaki nanyomera bazadde bange kati daba yuyandeseewo lwaki nanyomera bazadde bange kati daba yuyandeseewo ede neeyiye maama
Ate muwala muto okola ki ku kkubo?
nze bansudde maama
Kweka okulekerera okusoma nawe osiriwadde nga nze. Bane bawala bannaffe abali eyo tubasaba musome mwesonyiwe gurupu embi mulaba mukwano gwange bamufunyisizza olubuto bamuleesewo ebyo ebirenzi birimba musome munywere ku bitabo byammwe.
Bawala bannaffe temukola nga ffe nomujemera bazadde bammwe ne mugenda mu bigurupu ebibi ebisobola bafunisa embuto nga ffe we twakola. Munywerere ku bitabo bambi tubasaba.
Thank you. Okay. Can we please give them another big hand of applause, please? Yeah, it has been an educative, interesting kind of a skit. And we want to thank the teachers for making it possible for our little ones to contribute to us. We are trying to keep time, and at this very juncture, I won't spend much of the time. And allow me, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Ivan Muchibi for another presentation. Thank you.
Yes, dear the Vice Chancellor, at the same time acting as the Dean for the Faculty of Education, the organizers of this function, the family of the late Dr. Henry Lubwama, and all members. I welcome you to this memorial lecture of Dr. Henry Lubwama. Before I begin the lecture, I want to briefly use about 5 minutes to talk about the works of Dr. Henry Lubwama, but also to introduce myself to you and as to why I am here. In the introduction, I remember I mentioned my names, and one of the teachers had to correct me in the pronunciation. Hopefully this time around I'll pronounce it well. Once again, I am Ivan Kimpanga Muchibi. Hopefully I've said it well. I'm the academic registrar of Lugujjo Institute of Higher Education. It is an institution of higher education that was founded under a Catholic priest, Lugujjo. Those that have interfaced a book written, The Risk of Education, that Monsignor was the founder. I got in contact with the late Dr. Henry Lubwama in the year 2015. That time, I had finished my training of pastoral spiritual year. I was training to become a priest, but all of a sudden I stopped along the way. I didn't continue. It was my own conviction not to continue. From there, it's when I joined the late Dr. Henry Lubwama. But it was through my mom, who is seated here. She's also a doctor in the making. I think in the next 2 to 3 months, we shall be feasting her completion of the PhD studies. Yes, Dr. Grace Kansime is my mom, is my mentor. She taught me from senior 1 up to senior 6. And up to now, she's still teaching me. She teaches me at home, but also she taught me at school. So when I joined the Dr. Henry Lubwama, together with the Mama Nalongo Nakazi, they took me when I was green, I want to say so. I was from a different formation, from a different part of the world. I was a graduate with a Bachelor's of Philosophy from the Pontifical Urbanian University in Rome. And I also had University, seminary local in Gulu. I didn't know anything about curriculum, although I knew about education. I didn't know anything about pedagogy, though I knew what instruction meant. So by that time around, they were writing a program in the name of Bachelor of Biblical Studies and Theology. Of course, they knew that I had a training in theology. I had a training in priesthood, which is related to religion. They thought I was the best person. I had the best knowledge around. It's true I had the knowledge, but I didn't know how to write an academic program. I didn't have that science. I didn't have that art. Dr. Henry Lubwama was pleased to see me. I remember in the welcoming speech, he said, "Father, you're most welcome." I told him, that time we were calling him Dean. I told him, "Dean, I'm not a priest. Although I was there, I'm not a priest." He said, "But of course you are still father." He welcomed me with his usual smile, simplicity, love, and I really felt I met a father in my life. He was the first lovely person I had ever encountered with in my life. I want to remember Dr. Henry Lubwama today. I'll always remember him. I want to appreciate Mama Christine Lubwama. Dr. Grace talked about the meals that they used to prepare, the cup of tea. Whenever she would leave home, she would say, Father, jatwala kakawa, Father, jakunywa coffee. He had these special coffees from Edmark. And each time I took that coffee, I really felt something special. Dr. Lubwama taught me from that moment, not until when he passed on. When I was hired, my first formal employment was at the James Cambridge International School in Butabika. This is an international school where there are the likes of children of the politicians, children of the most prominent people, I can say so. I was hired as a curriculum developer for the first time in my life to be hired. I was not hired for any profession, but I cannot convince the congregation seated here that I had interfaced a blackboard, not even a workshop that is really so focused about curriculum development and programming. They were the skills that Dr. Lubwama gave me, and he was the first person to recommend me in life for a formal employment. Mama Christine, I'm very proud of Dr. Lubwama, Ndejje, and the family. Please let them know that my father has left a legacy. I can now proudly speak that in Uganda, I heard Dr. Kafulma speak he's the best motor vehicle engineer in Uganda and lecturer. That's true. But I can proudly speak that I'm a good curriculum specialist in Uganda. I'm proud of that. So Mama and the family of the late Dr. Henry Lubwama, I want to assure you that Dr. Lubwama left a legacy. I've interfaced with a number of people from James Cambridge International School. I was hired at another institution where I currently work, that is Lugujjo Institution of Higher Education. This institution was founded by Italian Catholic priests, and it is an institution of higher learning. Currently, we have been applying for other degree awarding institution status, which I think by the end of August, the National Council for Higher Education will have given us permission. At this institution, we have recruited some of the graduates from Ndejje University. We have a former student in the names of Nansuksa Juliet. She did Bachelor of Early Childhood Care and Education. And we are still employing, especially those that have masters at this moment that we have gone to a level of other degree awarding institution status. I'm a student who is completing a master's of higher education based in research and innovation at the East African School of Higher Education, Makerere University. I'm also in my second semester at the Strathmore University in Nairobi, doing a Master's of Science in Educational Management. I've done a postgraduate diploma in tutoring at Makerere. And here I am today to present a lecture. But before I go to the lecture, there is a project which Mr. Henry Lubwama had started, and he wanted me and his family and the colleagues to accomplish. This project is a Froloi Skills Development Institute. This institute has produced a number of graduates with a certificate in practical courses. By practical courses, I'm talking about how people use their psychomotor skills, hands, to contribute to the economy, but also to contribute to the daily life. In the lecture that we are going to have, you will learn that Dr. Lubwama Always in his life, he wanted the students that can earn a living, but also students that can translate the knowledge acquired in class at the job market. So this project has trained a number of people in making soap, growing mushroom, hairdressing, and we had also introduced some few courses in human resource management, early childhood care, and education. And it has been a pipeline for Ndejje University. Most of our students who have finished certificates and diplomas have come to Ndejje University for either a degree or some have come for diplomas. So I want to appreciate the contributions made by the late Dr. Lubwama, that he didn't only work at Ndejje as a lecturer, he has also produced streams of revenue for Ndejje University. So this center is still running, and we shall do whatever it takes to see that we leave the legacy of Froloi Skills Development. It comes from two sister institutions. One is Frobel Primary School, and then the other one is Lloyd Twins Kindergarten, Massaja. So these were the directors. Mrs. Nakas is here, and Dr. Henry Lubwama. They were the founders of this institution. Basically, that's the brief about me. That's the brief about the projects of Dr. Henry Lubwama. He also left me with a noble task. In academia, there is a challenge that we have met. That is publishing the work you've done. Dr. Lubwama, in his lifetime, had not published his works. Most of them are seminal works. Most of them are unpublished. And the mama can bear me witness. When he was passing on, he wanted to meet me, to give me some of his work that I would later publish posthumously. So I'm here to consult with you on an article which is under peer review in Springer. It's the Agency to Transform Curriculum. This is a paper that the doctor wrote in 2016. And I've been working on it with a number of senior academia to see that it really sprouts knowledge to our society, but it also makes an academic contribution to the legacy of the late Dr. Henry Lubwama. Thank you for listening to my profile. I want to focus the attention now to my presentation. Yes, I think as he is still trying to work with the machine. Let me briefly work it out. So there is an agency to transform curriculum in Africa. Can I kindly get the other side? Is it fine? Those who are broadcasting. Thank you. So this is a paper that is presented today 30th at the memorial lecture of Dr. Henry Lubwama. Yes, Dr. Lubwama was not too much of a theoretical teacher. Those who interfaced his classes, you remember he liked so much about uh, uh, something that is visual, something that can remain in the mind of a learner. And that is one of the things that I learned from him, concrete education. Apart from the theories, I know a number of things can be said today, but at least visual education is paramount. We are asking ourselves as educationists, we are asking ourselves as curriculum instructors, as curriculum programmers, why the urgency? So go back to the picture. There is this guy with his briefcase. Those who remember Dr. Lubwama, he was always an elegant person. He was always a gentleman. I remember times would come when he's to leave, and I would handle his briefcase. As a junior aspirant to the world of academy, I felt his gentility. I felt something special about this lecturer. I found a mentor. So in our picture, we have seen that there is an agency. I think there is a machine problem. There is an agency for us to transform curriculum right now. Why do we need to transform curriculum right now? In my package, I had studied about a number of tracer studies. Tracer studies have indicated that we have now moved to a more knowledge economy base in the whole world. By knowledge economy, we know that the functions of a university are the teaching and learning function, the research, development and dissemination, and then the third core function is that of community engagement. So the major focus of all this is to translate the students into labor force, but also to train members that are equipped with the skills of manning and changing the face of this world. So these are some of the tracer studies. One of the tracer studies assumes that Africa and the world at large require highly skilled and adaptive knowledge workers who can manage and manipulate knowledge and information to adjust to volatile and unpredictable global market. We have all been hit by COVID, and we are still being hit by the new economy. How are we adapting to these changes? How are we adapting to the economy the way it is? We don't want to assume that the war in Ukraine and Russia will end tomorrow. We have not assumed that COVID has ended. We don't know what the future holds. That means that the curriculum we designed in 2015, 2016 is no longer valid. We need to see how we re-edit the knowledge to see that our learners meet the needs of the current. But also enhancing higher education relevance and marketability through open and distance electronic learning is currently a priority for higher education institutions. Industrial revolution that requires innovative and more efficient ways. When we look at the market as it stands right now, in education, the sector, we have divisions between which is the best and which is poor. Is science the best? Are the arts the poor ones? Dr. Kafuluma has been talking about formally the conception of Uganda. The mistake that the governors were making was to assume that the students or learners that go in technical education are failures in life. But look at all the most developed economic systems. It is now STEM taking on the lead. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Okay? Which means that now, even when you look at Vision 2040, TVET is at the core. Technical vocational education and training, it is at the core. So now the government is making the same mistake to assume that doing sciences is better than doing arts. They are casting a bad image to the country, to the world, to some of our learners. We have got these deviations. For those who are working, I want to assume that for those who are working in higher education institutions, you're already seeing challenges that our students who are in the humanities are undermined by those doing sciences. What is the problem? The problem is that the curriculum that we had previously is not really translating the challenges of the current global market. The fourth industrial revolution, where technology is now almost picking up everything. There is a lot of automation. There is a lot of digitalization. The world has moved. If you remember in COVID, those who would not attempt using a computer, working was hard. Whom would you meet face to face? So it means that this globalization, the changes in technology, the changes in the knowledge economy really require us to transform and inform curriculum. Yes, there is a rapid and disruptive change of growing variety of higher education institutions. The faculty faces, for example, the increasing differentiation of higher education. The faculty faces of the future, the surge in global faculty and student mobility. There are a number of issues that are happening currently in higher education institutions. There is a lot going on. Those senior staff are fighting to get tenure, to be on a tenure track. A tenure track is where you were promoted from assistant lecturer, you go to lecturer, senior lecturer, from assistant lecturer, from senior lecturer, you go to associate professor until you become a full professor. When you become a full professor, it means that if a university has gotten a credible tenure track system, or if they have an appointments and promotions system and policy that is credible, when you become a full professor, you have a permanent job. Your work is to see how you inform knowledge, how you write research. So some of the senior lecturers are fighting for that. And what is happening with the junior lecturers, the junior academy? They are moving, moonlighting in one university to the other to make ends meet. That is the reality on ground. So where are we going to get those specialists in curriculum instruction if everyone is moving in a different direction without focus? Yes, the question is, it is urgent for us to transform curriculum for sustainable learning. But then, what is sustainable learning? Sustainable learning is espoused in the UN SDG 2014 article on education for sustainable development, and according to us, I'm talking us because this is a paper that was written by Dr. Lubwama, and it is under peer review that very soon it will be published posthumously. So according to us, sustainable education must encompass all that you see on the map, on the world map. When we talk about sustainable education, skills must be envisaged. There must be knowledge about climate change. If you remember the summit about climate change that happened recently, where a number of countries signed as signatories, it means that currently the world is being eaten up. Therefore, our curriculum as instructors must must encompass all that knowledge. When we talk about sustainable education, we talk about society, the old school approach. I want to appreciate the organizers of this function. They have been able to bring the young ones in primary schools. They have been able to bring those in secondary schools. They have been able to accommodate those in the tertiary institutions. They have been able to accommodate those in the technical vocational education and training. This is what we call the whole school approach. That the community, together with the education, there is a likelihood, there is an interplay of forces in order to realize sustainable learning. But still, in the world map, there is global citizenship. Right now, we have adjunct professors. By adjunct, I mean part-time professors from various ends of the world that are coming to Ndejje University to lecture. But we also have lecturers from Ndejje University who are lecturing in international universities. There is a lot of internationalization and marketization of higher education. The landscape of higher education has now changed. It is no longer being in the cocoon that for us we are Ndejje and we are specialists in engineering, we are specialists in sports science. Differentiation has now moved us a large scale of operation, but also cooperation. So in our interpretation of curriculum for sustainable learning, we are stating there should be some kind of rethinking and revising education right from nursery school to university to include a clear focus of current and future societies on the development of knowledge, skills, perspectives, values that are related to sustainability. For those that have interfaced the lower secondary curriculum, those that have interfaced the thematic curriculum in nursery, there are a lot of changes, and people have been giving attributes. It is because Dr. Lubwama pushed, I remember Madame Prosi talked about it, competency-based education and training. He was the first person, if I'm not mistaken, I'm putting it on record, Dr. Lubwama was the first person to advocate for competency-based education and training. He had already learned it from the Wisconsin University in the US. So these are some of the things that the government is slowly picking up. Probably at this memorial lecture when we espouse to transform curriculum, probably the government will learn from us. Probably other academics will learn from us to see on how this can be pushed. So what does this mean? It means that in our new curriculum, as we seek to transform curriculum, the whole school approach should be advocated for. Then the successful TVET technical vocational education and training should be sought for. And then gender transformative life skills education. Currently, there is no saying a man is doing better in geography or science and a woman is doing better at this or that. There is a lot of gender equity. Women are doing sciences, women are doing arts, men are doing sciences, men are doing arts. So it means that in our streamlining of the curriculum, gender transformative life skills must be espoused. Critical. When you look at the lower secondary curriculum, when you look at the thematic curriculum of the lower primary, the life skills are somehow highlighted, but they are not brought out well. Okay, I'm an employer myself at my workplace. I endorse contracts of those that want to teach with our institution. You find a graduate with a first class cannot express audibly, cannot write a good CV, cannot work well with the people in the environment. It means there is a core of life skills that were missing in the curriculum, which was used to train this graduate. So gender transformative life skills are key. But then adept performance at workplaces of innovativeness after university life. Some of the lecturers left the profession during the COVID time. Some of the teachers left the profession in primary schools and secondary schools. We are questioning ourselves, do we still have relevance as educationists, as a faculty of education? There is need to transform curriculum to see that the learners we train, they are not only rotating about a job of being a classroom teacher. How do they innovate? What other innovations? It is what Dr. Lubwama did to put up a Froloi Skills Development Center to see that this teacher who has been trained in the curriculum for lecturing in the class, for lecturing in the art campus, at least can have a skill of growing much and added income. So this is what I was talking about, the whole school approach, where there is a linkage between community, between families, between the school. Then there are some of the aspects of a successful technical vocational education and training. All these are by the UNEA of the UNESCO 2014. Then there are some challenges. As we are trying to advocate for the transformation of the curriculum. There are challenges in higher education institutions. And the challenges basically are about the student mobility, the teacher mobility, they are about funding, they are about governance. There are a number of issues in higher education that we cannot exhaust right now or even today. But the issue of governance, the issue of funding, when we advocate for the transformation of the curriculum, in a university usually, when you look at the governance system, it is the governing council, you come to the VC, the Senate, then to the other management systems of the faculties. The governing council is requesting the Senate to produce a curriculum. Senate is suppressing the Faculty of Education to produce a curriculum. The Faculty of Education is suppressing the head of curriculum and the foundations to produce a curriculum. And then this head is remaining with about 3 or 4 staff to produce this. They don't have adequate human resource. But in the university, able to finance out-resourcing for specialists to support. Those are some of the challenges that we meet in higher education. Governing council is suppressing the Senate is suppressing the faculty is suppressing the head of the department, and we remain in a fracas. What will happen? The poor department of curriculum, with their 3 staff, they will sit down on a volume of 500 pages to produce a curriculum. But these 3 people, what time have they used to do research? Because the knowledge economy has now moved away from the other yellow page notes where you would get your work and type. For example, I remember doctor used to bring me notes to type, and I would type. We were making a curriculum. But the world has now moved away from that. So these are some of the challenges that we are going to meet, but it does not stop us on advocating for the transformation of the curriculum. So the niche of this session is to advocate for the transformation of curriculum in all higher education institutions, beginning with our home. Our home, this is Ndejje University. We need to see that we revise, we re-edit the curriculum that we designed 5 years ago. So the urgency to transform curriculum is necessary, especially when the one in use is no longer responsive to the needs and interests of the society. So what does this mean? We should move away from mere acquisition of certificates. I've told you that my first employment and even the second employment at Lugujjo, they didn't really take me on depending on the qualifications. Because if it was for the qualifications, they would want Ivan to have probably a master's in curriculum studies, Ivan to have a bachelor's in curriculum or instructional technology. They took me for competence. Do you have the experience? Do you have the capacity? And that is what we are doing these days. When we are recruiting staff, okay, you have your certificates, masters and PhDs, but are you able to follow the trend? Are you able to innovate in the class? So there is now Ndejje University and other higher education institutions to transform curriculum, because we are assuming that the one we have is about mere acquisition of certificates. Do we do tracer studies and feasibility to check how many of our students are really prospering? That a student did a Bachelor of Education and Guidance and Counseling. Is this person having a job? Is this person working in a better organization? Is this person earning well? And is this person able to give back to the institution? There is a lot of alumnization these days. There is a lot of alumnization. We are always talking about alumni. But some of our alumni are working in prominent organizations. So, dear congregation that is gathered for today's lecture, I want to invite you that we focus more on curriculum transformation at Ndejje University. But how do we do this? This is the question. How do we arrive at curriculum transformation? We want to adopt for education for life and education for earning a living. Currently, there is a slogan of lifelong learning. This is what the most developed countries are doing. You go to North America, go to Canada, go to the whole of Europe. There is a lot of education for life. When my colleague told me that they don't pronounce the name as Mukibi, they say Muchibi, I was able to change my psyche to Muchibi. So this means that learning never ends. When you're a senior lecturer and a junior lecturer tells you that I feel you need to adapt your material to the current context, are you willing to change your mind, or you are I know it all? Also, a curriculum should be a subject of negotiation by stakeholders. This is what the Faculty of Education has done. I highly recommend the Dean, the Vice Chancellor, for taking up this initiative. Some universities do not really, they don't mind whether the students need to be part of the curriculum transformation. But that inquire about what are the students doing, the curriculum you studied, was it valid? The content you studied, was it important? That feedback is very important for any curriculum programmer and developer. We also advocate that an outcomes-based, competency-based education and training should be a model adapted in the transformation of the curriculum. I've been battling with the National Council for Higher Education, the so-called curriculum specialists. They hire people who come to review the programs that we submit. But most of the programs that we submit, some of them are revised, some of them are reviewed. The specialists, in their reviews and comments, they keep on telling us the objectives have not been stated. What you call learning outcomes should be course objectives. I come to question, where are we, and who is wrong and who is right? Because the government now has moved to competency-based, but higher education, we are still teaching objective-based. Where is the line of convergence? That we are training teachers who are going to implement competency-based curriculum, but we are training them with objectives-based model of curriculum development. So we need to advocate that, and this can be started right now at Ndejje University. We can advise our senior curriculum specialists. The world has moved away from objective-based model of curriculum development to adapt outcomes-based, performance-based learning, or even what we call competency-based education. We also want to advocate that a curriculum that is constructivist in approach and adapts learner-centered pedagogies is ideal for use in our context. The MC has referred Mr. Lubwama to the moment when they had a first year. Those are learner-centered pedagogies, where you are able to understand the learner's weaknesses, where you're able to guide the learner. This is what our curriculum should, not the I, but the we, that in this case, an instructor or a tutor, you become a facilitator of knowledge. After all, you are not the creator of the knowledge that you are giving to the others. We need to transform the way we devise curriculum. We are also advocating for a curriculum that fetches the African philosophy of education with attributes such as holisticism, perennialism, functionalism, preparationalism. If you look at the African context of education, you were prepared for a certain role, but it was done communally. Currently, what is killing our society, or even we feel that our learners are not accepted at the places of employment, probably they are lacking the values. When is given a job, does he or she know how to handle and develop that job? Where is the preparationalism factor? Where is that communal kind of forming? Does it even face in any of our curriculum? Basically, we want to suggest that our graduates will be prepared through the transformed curriculum. They should be imbued by emotional intelligence, enthused by spiritual intelligence, and permeated by intellectual intelligence. Currently, we want the equation of a teacher to be somebody that has emotional intelligence, is aware of the self but aware of the others. We want to espouse a curriculum where people have spiritual grounding. Not these issues of training teachers who are going to hit learners in the class as if they are hitting beasts or cows. There should be some kind of spiritual knowledge, and I must recognize that Ndejje University has done this. At least every teacher must have a bit of Christian ethics. Please carry on, don't give up. Also, the cognitive, what we call intellectual intelligence, or the IQ. You must be smart. Nowadays, people do not want to hire someone that is not articulative. I've had calls from several head teachers. Please, can you give me somebody to come and work on my school? You find that some are denied opportunities. Why? Probably the IQ is not good enough. So the current equation of a teacher from Ndejje University and other institutions of higher learning, this teacher at least should have elements of emotional intelligence, elements of spiritual intelligence, but also the cognitive acuity. Skills and attitudes of critical thinking, problem solving, self-awareness. When you look at the new teacher policy, the 21st century skills of problem solving, critical thinking are highlighted. Our former curriculum, does it really espouse that? Then, a value-based education, such as virtue ethics, social ethics, moral philosophy, and Christian ethics, should be among the core programs of this curriculum transformation. We want also to seek or request that Dr. Lubwama used to cite this to me, that education should be of the mind, of the heart, but also of the hands. It means that the says head, heart, and hand education is still relevant in our context. So we contextualize. How do we arrive at the transformation of the curriculum? By contextualizing Lubwama curriculum tree model and the Lubwama's model for program development. I felt bad when some people used the curriculum tree without citing the author. The author of the curriculum in the whole world is Dr. Henry Lubwama. I am authoritatively saying this because he wrote it himself and he gave it to me for publishing. And the author for the curriculum development model that we are going to look at right now is also Dr. Henry Lubwama. So this is the curriculum tree model that was developed by Sir Henry Lubwama. It has about 10 components, but the most interesting thing, whenever we plant a tree, is usually the fruit, the lana. When you plant your tree of a mango, you're expecting a mango. When you plant a tree of jackfruit, you're expecting a what? Time comes when you check, is the mango ripe? Time comes when you check, is the jackfruit okay? And this is the most interesting thing. The learner, the person who has come to your classroom, how much do you provide? How much care do you provide? I'm happy that the learners that went through the hands of Mr. Lubwama, they're able to say he was passionate. He was lovely. He had his family, it is true. He would end his love to his family. But most of us shared on that passion. So the interest that we have should be for the first fruit, which is the learner. The other important thing, sorry, I think it is too dark, number 2, the roots. They are the financial resources. The financial resources, we are looking at the funding of the curriculum. How many people are able to give us finances for developing the curriculum? When we write a requisition to the university secretary, to the bursar, about curriculum review, about curriculum transformation, does he or she take it as a priority? Does it even concern senior managers, or they want a program put and accredited by the National Council? So financial resources are key in curriculum transformation. The third element, they are the teachers. The teachers, when you look at the National Quality Assurance Framework of 2014 and the Universities and Other Tertiary Institutions Act 2001 as amended in 2003 and 2006, they are requiring graduate teachers. By being a graduate, a master is no longer enough. You must go to the PhD and the postdoc. Because the learners that you are teaching it means that you must also move and elevate yourself. But the lecturers, are we willing to move ourselves? Our bosses, are they willing to give us study leaves? Are they willing to give us even funding? Because a highly performing organization must focus on retention of talent. Okay? Acquisition vis-a-vis talent retention should be at a performing organization. So I want to advocate to all the senior managers, the governors of education institutions, to it that they really emphasize the element of the upgrading of the society's goals. What does the society need? Okay, the society needs sciences, it is true. The society needs arts. The society needs engineers. We should always look into those demands. Number 5 is the structure of knowledge. Formerly, knowledge was for the elite. We had the elitist model, model 1 of knowledge transformation, whereby only the elite be at the university. But the world has really contradicted this. We have moved away from mode 2, and now we are at mode 3 of knowledge generation, whereby there is an interplay between massification of knowledge and the integration of knowledge at the lower or basic approach. The structure of knowledge must also be looked at. And the other element, which is the learning process. How are you structuring? There is one of the students who stood up and said that what she remembers, Mr. Lubwama taught them to remove the curtain. This is when you are structuring content. Before you, there is a curtain. Mr. Lubwama taught me that. Before a learner, there is also a curtain. But it is the work of the knowledge person to see. So it is the work of the instructor to see that you remove this curtain. You remove your curtain, but you also remove the curtain of the learner. Then the other element, which is the instructional materials, rest. How do we form learning materials, the teaching aids, the other area. Another point is administration and management. I've talked about how the governors and managers of universities can support us in the transformation of the curriculum. Assessment and evaluation is key. How do we assess learners? Are we using open book? Are we using closed book system? During the COVID time, most of the exams were take home. Not these issues of you setting an exam and the student dies on it until he fails. Okay, so research has shown that students learn better when they do their own studies and then submit them. The last element, which we call education for earning a living, is employment. I want to use one last minute. This is the model Dr. Henry Lubwama designed for curriculum, any curriculum developer. You must know the vision of the government. You must know the philosophy or the goals of the discipline you are going to design. You must know the major areas of study, the themes and the topics. You must know the learning experiences, methods, visual, kinesthetic, audio. You must know also the classroom competencies. Are there some special needs learners? Are there learners that this in order to have an effective kind of learning? Then you must also think about how you're going to sequence your classroom lectures. At the end of it, student attainment of learning outcomes and competences must be exhibited when you are structuring the program. So basically, this is all the brief that I wanted to consult with you on publication of the paper, The Urgency to Transform Curriculum. So in this, I want to appreciate and thank you for your participation and attendance to the Dr. Lubwama Henry Memorial Lecture. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Ivan Muchibi, for that beautiful lecture. Only what I can say is that maybe he knew, because everything you've talked about, I have them on paper and I shared with them with Mr. Muchibi, didn't I? That's it. So, yeah, it's really an honor to emphasize that, and we keep it moving. Yeah, before we call upon the next speaker, I want to remind ourselves that we are preparing lunch. We are preparing lunch so we can get those salivas ready. Yeah, lunch is near here, and we are only getting the team to get us ready with the plates. But with the interest of time, we shall not move out. We shall allow the guest speaker, another speaker, to speak as they are giving us that lunch. I think it will be better. So at this very juncture, allow me call my mother. I beg to say something.
Bobango yagala Lubwama bukamu. Bobango yagala Lubwama bukamu. Bobango yagala Lubwama ngo uriro rinesai. Bobango yagala Lubwama bukamu. Wow. Thank you so much. Yes, before you sit, I hadn't told you to sit. We had a song that could revitalize us, especially when our pockets were empty. It was way to salva, way to salva, way to salva mukama. Oh, since wenga, oh, enjoy mukulu way to salva mukama. awetuyimba awetuyimba oyo ye katonda waffe bwetuyimba mukoma atendewenga anti oyo munene era nga mukulu bwetuyimba mukama uli. Okay, mukama waffe yeebazibwe. Okay. I'm so honored to share with you about the new curriculum that are there in schools, about the situation of curriculum in Uganda. I thank you so much for honoring our very brief invitation. We did not want for a year to elapse without remembering this great icon in curriculum. In fact, when I called the Mrs. Lubwama, OST was several Mumbeja, she told me that he passed on June. For us, we thought that it was July because it's as if he went yesterday, according to us. So we thought that let us have it the way it is. Yes, you could remember that even when Jesus was starting, he didn't start with all the Christians that are here. He started with just a few, but those few made a wonderful impact. So I commend you highly for coming here to grace this occasion, most especially our Dean. Kindly clap for our Dean. Our Dean is a very strong man. He's someone who is so special to us because he handed over last Wednesday, and then the new incoming is coming in August, but today is 30th. So he maybe expected that the new one would come. But when I gave him a call today, he said, oh, let me come. So yeah, he is with us. We thank you so much, our dear Dean. Yes, and to be present when we are talking about the first Dean of Faculty of Education. Yes, many people have talked about our late Lubwama, and because we have young children here, the purpose of inviting you here, our young children, to admire life at university. I think you are seeing the ambience. Say to know that when you do good, they reward you. Yes, according to Exodus chapter 2 verse 9, it says that I'm giving you this child, I'll pay you. The late Dr. Lubwama might not have been paid in cash, but we know he's being paid. And our presence here is a payment to him. Just think of when you are gone. The children of Mitalama used to sing, Musero nkose muchi. I think you remember that. So he did it. He left just a trail of a snake, but something so mighty. That's why we are here. So my topic is about curriculum at the crossroads. Nti ensomesezo ya Uganda eri masanganzira. It is very true we have the curriculum, but as a teacher trainer, we have to think so much about it. The late used to look at all this wherever he was going before a class. You could not stand before a class without any prior preparation. But when you look at what we have, it is too much. Yes, why? One of them has been mentioned by Ivan. I thank you so much. And indeed, our great man knew that he had to have two hairs. One, the academic, and another one, the blood, the biological. So we commend you highly for that you've given. So according to the Sustainable Development Goals, there's a kind of education that we should give as a way of conserving the environment and as a way of giving back to society and instilling morals. Then according to Uganda Vision 2040, again there is that have to be there in the curriculum. Then we have the Africa we want, and then all those dictate the kind of curricula that we are supposed to have. So when you look at the Ugandan curricula, you see that we have so much. We have the early childhood. At early childhood level, we have the learning framework. With this, this happens, it has got the learning, is for children between 3 to 5. Its planning starts from annual to term, monthly, fortnightly, weekly, and daily. So the late had to have that as was training students, as was equipping them with the skills. Then it is competence-based. Why? Because it has to be in line with the national vision, the Uganda Vision 2040. And, excuse me, it has also a daily routine where different activities are done. Then when we come to the thematic, that is the one that stretches from P1 to P3. My good children here, are you there? Did you study according to the thematic curriculum? Do you remember the first theme of P1? It was my home. Do you remember it? She's the lady among those that designed it, Madame Geraldine Bukenya. So the thematic stretches from P1 to P3. It has got 12 themes, whereby children do 4 per term. Each theme has got 3 sub-themes, whereby each week children look at a particular theme. Then the fourth week, they look consolidation. They look into whatever they've done in the first 3 weeks to consolidate it together. Then that one stretches from P1 to P3. It is theme-based, that's why it is thematic. It has got skills and values that the teacher has to emphasize and to facilitate. It also has continuous assessment for the children, and the beauty of it has local language as the medium of instruction, and therefore, because of that, our children are supposed to get a glimpse of what has said. They learn about the Nambi, the Chintu, and all that. Then from there, we go to P4, which is the transition class. P4 also has got, it is not theme-based, it's subject-based. It has competencies and life skills. But as we talk now, it has 2 curricula. We have the content-based and the abridged curriculum. The one that came in to cover up for the gaps that were created by COVID. Then we have the P5 curricula. That one is supposed to be taught in English as the medium of instruction, and language, local language, should be taught as a subject, such that our children can be able to pick on the beauty that is in mother tongue. The late used to say that he who doesn't know where he's going where he's coming from, cannot know where he's going. So through mother tongue, children come to learn and to appreciate their cultural heritage, to appreciate who they are, and also to develop other languages. Linguists say that it is easy to learn another language when you have a stronger background in your mother tongue. An example is a doctor. She passed on. She had a master's, a first-class degree, a master's, and then she went to do a PhD. So when she reached there, the supervisor asked her, "Madam, do you know your mother tongue?" She said, "I don't know." You cannot do linguistics in English unless you know your mother tongue linguistics. So that lady had to come back here. She was Madam Mrs. I'm forgetting her name, but she had to come back here to redevelop her competences in mother tongue, and then went back. So that one of P5, P6 has life skills and values that have to be developed. You have also to look at the language skills such that children can be able to express themselves well. Then English is the medium of instruction. So mother tongue should be taught up to P6. Then from there we stretch to O level. Here there is also another hurdle that we teacher trainers find. Because as we are training teachers, we have to equip them with the skills of how to interpret and then apply the curriculum. But now we have the new curriculum. It is in S1 and S2. Then we have the old one, S4, S5. Sorry, S3, S4. But then we also have the abridged. The that came in to cover for the gaps of COVID. That one is also tricky because in a way it challenges. Amidst us, we have that is going to share about the new O-level curriculum. That one came in as a solution to societal problems. Why? Because the kind of education that we are giving was not equipping our learners with the skills. So NCDC and the ministry sat together and decided to come up with this one. This one is coming in just because it is trying to answer the Sustainable Development Goals of UN. Then it is also trying to answer Uganda Vision 2040, which emphasizes to have to turn Uganda from predominantly subsistence to a highly industrialized country. So it also has the abridged within it. So you teach when you are teacher of O-level, you teach the new curriculum, then you teach the old, but then there's also the abridged that you have to apply. That is the one that you have to follow. How? Students of S1, because they were not affected by COVID in S1, they have to study the new S1. Students of S2, because they did not study S2, they have to study the new in an abridged format. Students of S3, S4, they have to study the old curriculum. Then we come to A-level, they have that old curriculum, but again, in it, again, there is also the abridged. So in such a situation, a man like Lubwama had so much to review before going to class. So because of that, we commend him highly, and I request that we stand up and observe a moment of silence in memory of him. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Amen. So, as I try to conclude, or according to our program, we are going to have someone. He taught him is Joseph Wabwire. Is a PhD student from UCU, but because he has a flight today, he was unable to come. He was going to talk about the technologies that the late loved most, pedagogy, pedagogy, andragogy, and then this man came up with a new one for higher levels. It is hydragogy. So I was so much expectant of the hydragogy. I tried to Google for it. I failed to get, maybe the spelling is wrong. But I thank you so much for coming and honoring this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mother. As someone was asking me, why do I call her Mother? Okay, I didn't know her first, but as we went on with the studies, they share that with the late. So sometimes when Doctor wasn't around, she's always there. And she teaches me my lovely subjects. Okay, I'm stubborn because I'm with the mother. I'm studying with the mother. But she loves me so, so much. You know, this love has gone an extra mile that even the students at this campus, when they ask me, who is going to supervise you, I said, Madam Naro, ngerebyo tubimanyi. Automatic excellence. Ne mugamba wa. Mama asoka akukwata n'ensobi nga tonnagenda mu kirasi. When she came to school, she was like, tontiisa tiisa. Dressed up, I was like, I have to be smart. Tontiisa tiisa. Sebo. Oyagala kungamba nti byonna wabikoze bulungi tugende nkulabe. And after the supervision, she did tell people. Awo wabuzeemu awo genda oterezeewo. So, in the presence of everyone and our mother Christine, I want to thank Doctor that he left us with a beautiful lady, Madam Nalongo. Whenever we meet in that office, she reminds us of Doctor. And by the way, I didn't want to say this, but we were hoping to surprise you with a visit, and we were planning as students, not lecturers, because we wanted to see you in person. And we have not called that program off. Only that those issues, when the students get back, we shall recall that program. We need to come home because we had a dad. And I told you lunch is on the way. Some people have tasted it. Allow me call Mr. Henry Lubwama to lead us in a lunch prayer.
Praise the Lord. We thank God for this point in time. Let's pray. Father, we thank you, we glorify you for everything. We bring this lunch, Father, in your presence. We sanctify it in your blood. May it, Father, be great and nice, Father, to our bodies, Father, that we can be able to do your will. Thank you, glory. Thank you, Jesus. May God bless you all.
Thank you so much. You know, a certain gentleman told me that when they call you to pray for the food, the percentage of the audience, they don't close their eyes. You know why? Because their eyes are somewhere. And this came a time when they gave this very religious lady, the lady cast away demons. By the time she finished, the first person who had received the food had finished. So, so when they call you for such an event, like please be brief, people will hate you for nothing. People are in need of food, but we thank Mr. Lubwama. Really, you've done it better. So, as I told you, we will not cancel our programs, but as the meals are going on, I want to take this opportunity to welcome another beautiful teacher of mine. I don't know, but I wish to welcome Mrs. Chancellor Grace. Mrs. Chancellor Grace to speak to us. I think she'll have the best audience because people are having something to eat and people will be active. So as she, I wish also to say something. I wish also to say something about weekend lecturers and majorly the faculty of education. Our teachers, I am the faculty head of weekend, faculty of education. I've been serving, this is my second term. Of course, I don't go for the third one. And I'm also the faculty coordinator of the faculty of education, but I'm getting reports from where our students are. Up to now, schools have told this to remain there. We found there people of Kyambogo, we found there people of Cavendish, where students of Ndejje, they are being asked to remain. And these are the students that you teach on weekend. So, and the way the Faculty of Education is performing, hopefully, when we get out of this situation of COVID, we shall have the most number of students because my fellow students are performing well. I myself am a witness of that, and I'm also a culprit of that good thing, not a bad one. Because I had left, I did it with Mugwanya, one of the prominent schools in Chengera. Then I left, the HM called me. We had to invest in ourselves, but me, when they called me back, when I was leaving, they tipped me. So I have started eating on this, on what you have put in me. And lastly, as my madam comes in, I left students crying because we talk so much with the heart. Shout that everyone gets, but you get into the heart of a learner, and this learner gets to know you more. And that's why we are getting compliments. Okay? So I thank you, our dear teachers, and in his absence, physically, but solely, Mr. Lubwama is always with us. So, Doctor, continue to rest in power. Please, madam, the floor is yours. Yes. You're welcome.
Can I say good lunch to everybody? Oh, we are here to celebrate Mr. Lubwama, Dr. Lubwama, Daddy Lubwama, everything. He has been good to us and we miss him a lot. Basically, he has played quite many roles in our faculty, but we'll always remember him as a curriculum developer. Concerning this new curriculum, which is being rolled out, the integrated curriculum, it's like they got some images and copies from him. It is one of the best curriculums we've had. Some of us are old teachers who have been using the old curriculum, but when it comes to the new curriculum, it is amazing. It removes you from the role of the teacher to that of a facilitator. It removes you from the role of instructor to an observer. It gives chance for the learner to play basically all the roles which you have been playing. It makes learning very interesting. The learners dictate on what they want to learn. The learners are part of the planners of what should be taught. They are the ones who teach themselves. They know the way to teach themselves and support each other. It's not I know. No. On that note, it's not my day. I'm not going to talk a lot. I want to invite Babirye. Babirye is here to tell us about the new curriculum. She is from Mengo Secondary School. Senior school, no. Not secondary, senior school. One of the schools, one of the oldest schools here. She's going to tell us about what she has learned in the new curriculum and the advantages and disadvantages of this curriculum. Welcome, Babirye.
You're welcome. I wish you a good lunch to all of you. My name is Babirye Josephine from school, and I'm going to tell you about the disadvantages and advantages of the new curriculum. The government rolled out the new lower secondary education curriculum in February 2020 with the aim of meeting the learners, especially in regard to skills, training, and enhancement. The minister revealed that the old curriculum was channeling out graduates with no practical skills to meet the demands in the labor market. What I mean by that is those days when they were learning the old curriculum, so when you are seeing them in vacations, they're doing nothing, you find them on their veranda sitting, but trust me, in this curriculum, this is where you're going to find people in their vacations, tailoring, doing machinery, doing carpentry, and many other things. The advantages of the new curriculums are it promotes practical skills. It promotes practical skills in the way that in the new curriculum, it's not like the old curriculum where it was a learn at the blackboard. That I mean by you go in class, you sit from morning to 4:30, it's the teacher teaching you. But in this curriculum, you go to class, you do some project work. That's when you go out, you pick the things you're going to use for projects. So it's not that you're going to go to class at 8, Then at 4:30 you are still in class. So during that time, out, interact, all that. It encourages students to think critically. By that I mean, when you are thinking about the project's work, of course you don't come from the blue and you're like, I'm going to make this. You have to first think as the group and think about what you're going to make. If it's about environmental conservation, you are supposed to make things that are going to conserve the environment. Like when I made those things, they're about plastic. And that flower pots. As I was discussing yesterday, someone told me that you make those things, but you think rich people will buy them. I was like, I never made for rich people. I made to environment. And another thing I told that person was, rich people don't buy things they see as useful. Because if you be there and look at things rich people buy, they are not like, they buy things that you see that are useful. You're a power person, you see the other thing is very useful, but you see this as not useful. But a rich person will see this as more useful than the thing that you saw that wasn't useful. So by that, was left out of the blue. Oh, I don't have any other question to ask. It promotes skills like social skills, communication skills, and writing skills. During this curriculum, I say it promotes social skills in the way that when you're going to look for project things, we interact. So by that, you're going to be social, talking to each other, like, what should we do? Not in the other curriculum where you sit on your desk, talk with your book, with your pencil, and with your pen. No. For writing in this curriculum, we write reports and proposals. By that, when I say we write reports, because that's where we get our marks from. So when we write reports, even when I was there behind, I was typing the reports that you wrote and if you don't have the reports, just know those are the marks have gone. Learning environment is more interesting. First, we say the learning environment is more interesting because we go out. Sometimes we went for field work. We went to Nankulabe market. People were able to buy what they want. Those people in hostels were like, hey, we have got out of the school, so learning environment is more interesting. You get out of the classes, you be outside, such things. To solve community problems like environmental conservation, soil conservation, air pollution. Kubanga, if we make these things, you will not find people buying more plastic bottles because we have the use of them. We make those things from bottle rings, more baskets from bottle tops, and also we make bangles from plastic cutouts. Like the bangles are somewhere there. So we make all those things, and people won't be able to pollute the air by burning them because there will be people who will be in need of them to make other things from them. It promotes creativity and innovation. By that, people are able to innovate more things. Like, who knew that we'll find something like that or something like that? No one. So by that, someone is creative and innovative. The challenges we face in this new curriculum are the things we use are expensive when buying them. Like, you are going to buy those things are quite expensive to us. Some might think that every are called kumi, but for us they are expensive because even just to buy a spagul to use, some people are like, me, I don't have pocket money, me, I don't have money. So by that, things are expensive. Also, to teachers, the time that is given to them is little because we have no double lessons. By that I mean that a single lesson and a double lesson is when you learn for 30 minutes and there is that one for 1 hour. But the teachers are like, we have a little time but you have to complete. So to us it affects us and it also affects them because they have to use a lot of speed in the way that we won't understand some things, and also them they will miss out something that will affect us. How to do research. Sometimes we don't go to the computer labs. Okay, we go, yes,
But those people in hostels, they are like, I have to go wash, I have to do this, I have to do this, so they won't get some time to what? To go to the computer labs. And in this curriculum, I'll advise people to go for day schooling. Though they say it's not that important, but to me it has helped. Because in my group, I'm the only day scholar, and everyone relies on me. I print the work. I'm the one to look for things outside. I'm the one to do each and everything, researching the work, doing what. Because for them, they know they don't have the time where they will research it from. That's when I went to Mengo. They were like, or to Yam, because they never had where to get the work from. They were ever like, we were getting tools in the projects, and when you have come, you have helped us do all these things, researching, all that. Not all resources can easily be required. There are things when you reach, when you have to look for them, and you see that in the environment where you are, most especially those boarding people, they be like they don't have access to some things like that spark glue. I don't think whether they sell it in schools, but in ours they do. But not that school is the same as another school, so those people will be difficult for them to buy them. And there are other boarding schools that won't be able to buy the threads, to buy these things, these scores, because it's not sold in school, and also the beads. Among the students, some who are not ready to work together in a group, like they leave the project work to others. They are people that grew up without knowing that there is group work. Like when they don't socialize, they want to work alone. When you see them, even I think when you're in schools, you used to see those people who used to sit in their corner and others in another corner. When they don't want to socialize, when they want to work all alone, so by that, those people miss out because they say two brains are better than one. Some teachers, they are still using the old curriculum of teaching. They are not yet embraced. By that I mean, you find a teacher, in this curriculum, the teacher should come give us the work and then we go look out the work for ourselves. But you find a teacher coming, giving the notes like a full blackboard, a full blackboard, a full blackboard. But when the teacher has to give us the topic, we go research, then we come back the next day and discuss. By that, they have not made that. It's loaded with many activities. It's loaded with many activities in the world of project work, doing theirs, project work. There are many activities. So you have to do all those activities without leaving any of them. If you leave any out, that's missing the marks. Activities of integration, you have to do project work, you have to do this, you have to do that. The teacher said that the content is compressed and given little time. Yes, when as I say, teachers can come and say, as you know, you don't have enough time, so you have to do this. So making us know some things because they be hiring and we are left out, some of us, not that everyone is a quick learner. So by that, the student is affected also, that yes, somehow, some are affected. And also it consumes time while making the project work, there is consumed, and while making the activities of integration, there is time consumed. Also, what I would like about this new curriculum is that it's not like the curriculum where you read a full book of notes and the paper they give you things that you never read. The new curriculum, you do a certain topic, then they're like, we are going to give you an activity about this topic. So by that, you have to read a full book. We are able to do what we know that you are going to. And also in this curriculum, it has helped us make more friends, because you can't do something all alone. You have to make more friends so that they help you, because you can't get all the money, all the materials to make one thing alone. You have to work with your friends and do all the things. Thank you.
Thank you, Mabidie, for that wonderful discussion about the new curriculum. The question is, where is the university in the new curriculum? We find it that when you are not yet at campus, the students have a tendency of waiting for the lecturer. Instead of concentrating on their work, they have that mannerism of always waiting for the lecturers. So it is high time we change. It is high time we come on board and embark on the new integrated method of teaching our learners, of helping our future teachers to become better teachers by concentrating on integrated method of learning, such that by the time they reach schools, they'll be able to do exactly what the learners are already doing in school. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, my mother. Before we continue, do we have some questions for my sister here, Babidi? Questions? Yes, please.
Mr. MC, you'll excuse me, it's not a question. Yes. But this one is also my classmate. So we can't forget Mr. or Dr. Lubwama. We can't forget evolution of education, the philosophy, all. May his soul rest in peace. So mine is not a question, but it's appreciate. I'm also a product of Mengo Senior School. So I'm happy that my school can present. And also my former head teacher, Miss Samsi. So I'm proud of that. Thank you so much.
Are we still saying good lunch? Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'll let you know my name, but I'm Mrs. Bukenya anyway. Must to appreciate the teacher who prepared something. I'm sure, Avia, you never prepared it alone. You prepared it with a teacher, and I foresee a generation which is going to be at crossroads, as the former speaker said. We are preparing a curriculum, but we are not preparing the people who are going to implement the curriculum. The lecturers have not been considered, and they'll find it hard to train teachers who are going for school practice in schools implementing the new curriculum. I'm a former curriculum developer for the last, well, I retired, but I was preparing curriculum for the last 26 years of my being in service. So I'm just saying that we need a way to look at, to let the government know that there is a gap. They are busy preparing books, and the people who are going to use them are there, the learners, but the people who are going to implement are ill-trained. Some of them don't even know what we are talking about. People from Ndejje University, you are lucky because there is a stronghold of curriculum development department. That one is lucky, but some universities not. I'm I'm executive director of St. Gerard's College, Wachiso, and we are finding a problem. When somebody makes an application, person has not come from Ndejje, Kyambogo, Nkozi, the rest I don't want to mention. There are some gaps. Those of you who come from those universities, just excuse me, we are talking academic facts. We don't want to employ them. There is a gap, there is a missing link. So now for you, you are lucky that you are taking curriculum development at the forefront of educating your teachers. And I think you'll be on rails sooner or later. But other people producing teachers which are being given the information of 1970 when I started teaching. So I'm just saying, Babiya, you are right. You used to like Mengo, that chapter is closed. I used to like Mengo Secondary just because of their curriculum. Before this skilling came, I used to hear of taking technical drawing, some other things. They are the first people who to have a computer and so on. So their type of curriculum, I used to like it, and I used to say, wish my son would go there. However, I couldn't. But I love what they are doing, and I think they are already on rail. This is just to activate what they have been doing, but they have already been there. So I'm Babiye and the teacher who trained her, and I was just passing through that message that if we have a platform where we can talk to the ministry people, that it's very good, you are sort of changing the curriculum, very good, you have provided the books, very good, you have initiated the teachers, those who are already in the field, but how about those who are coming on board next? That's my submission.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to push this a little bit behind. I don't know if... Okay. So I think I can let Babiye go have something to eat. Thank you so much. Oh, there is another question.
Mine is just a comment. I thank you for the presentation and Madam Chancellor. As she has told you, they have to, she calls it to surf, to research, or to search, she calls it to search. She started as S1 in a different school. Her phone, she was in hostel, but because she was not getting access to the computer, she requested to come from home. So when COVID came, she had to start coming from home without being in the hostel. After COVID, she reported back to school. And since she was in that school, she had to use the phone to surf, and then what she called to search. So after some time, her phone faulty. So it was a Saturday, she went with a faulty phone. And in the process, they didn't find her with using it, but they expelled her just because of her phone. Mine is a request or a comment. What are we going to do with the phones or computer, yet students have to use them in order to enrich the curriculum, discover more about our curriculum? Since we are educationists and we are about curriculum, how should a curriculum be implemented minus plus a phone? That one, it calls for self-regulation. Learner should know how to use the phone. Babide knows how to use her phone. She uses it for purposeful gains. For example, she discovered how to make a bomber jacket using the phone during COVID. And in fact, she made it two for the late Lubwama, one for Mama and another one. She's the one that made this out of the wax. Yes, I no longer go to the shops, I just buy the material she makes. But now, how are we going to, which law should be put to govern the phones? The laws about phones are very tricky now. If we don't let them use, the curriculum might not be as well facilitated as should be. I thank you.
Thank you so much. One thing I love about my mother, even if she's talking about a serious, or she's ever smiling. I love that lady. She's ever smiling. And I normally tell people that I have a lecturer who is ever smiling, however serious the issue is. So I love smiling always, but you know, sometimes we men, when you every day, be like, it's just anyway, that's there. So at this juncture, I want to give Mr. Mugalu 2 minutes to pass on a certain suggestion. And I think we welcome it. Please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Once again, I'm David Mugalu, student to enroll for weekend program at the Ndejje University Kampala Mengo campus, which was started by the late Dr. Lubwama. As I have, those of you who were not here, my registration number was 001. I also told you that this program has sustained up to today because of the wisdom, because of the resilience, and maybe the grace of God, but all behind the Dr. Lubwama. I want to refer you to some, I'm a Christian. I want to refer you to one or two Bible verses in of Dr. Lubwama. One is in Matthew chapter okay, as I'm looking for that, yeah, the first one is Deuteronomy chapter 8 verse 2. It says, and you shall remember the whole way that the Lord has led you these 40 years in the wilderness. We are now remembering where Lubwama found us and where he led us and where he left us. We all, everybody who was coming on the platform here was saying he left a legacy which is here to stay. We the Baganda have a saying that totendereza nswa kuwooma nga tonnaba kutendereza enkuyege eyabumba ekiswa. Another Luganda proverb says, atajjukira tagaba. That is the reason why we are here to remember Lubwama. Another Bible verse says, it is in Proverb 10 verse 7. The memory of the righteous is a blessing, but the name of the wicked will rot. So because Lubwama was a righteous person, he has to be remembered and it is a blessing to us. The last one is in Matthew chapter 7 from verse 15 to verse 20. You will know them by their fruits. So we are now sharing the fruits of Dr. Lubwama. To brief or to sum up all that, I had a proposal that why don't the administration of
delivered, I found joy, peace, grace, and favor. And right now is the moment. Today is the day. I've been changed. I've been changed. I have waited for this moment to come, and I won't let it pass me by.
Bwana ni mwokozi wangu, tena ni kiongozi wangu, ananipenda leo kuliko jana. Baraka zake hazikuishi, si kama binadamu abadilikie. Ananipenda leo kuliko jana. na kuomba Mungu uwasamehe. Wangalijua jinsi unavyonipenda mimi, wasingenisema. Na maadui wangu ninawaombe maisha marefu, wazidi kukuona ukinibariki. Ujue binadamu ni watu wa ajabu sana, walimukana Yesu mara 3 kabla jogoo kuwika. Ujue binadamu ni watu wa ajabu sana, walimsulubisha Yesu Masia bila kusita. Oh, na Bwana ni mwokozi wangu, tena ni kiongozi wangu, ananipenda leo kuliko jana. Baraka zake hazikuishi, si kama binadamu abadilikie. Ananipenda leo kuliko jana, kuliko jana, kuliko jana. Yesu nipende leo kuliko jana, kuliko jana, kuliko jana. Yesu nipende leo kuliko jana.
Wewe ndo nategemea, kufa kupona Baba na kutegemea.
Amen.
Chochote kitanikazia, kuingia mbinguni utandondolea. Wewe ndo nategemea, kufa kupona Baba na kutegemea. Chochote kitanikazia, kuingia mbinguni utandondolea. Wewe ndio nategemea, wewe ndo nategemea, kufa kupona Baba na kutegemea. Chochote kitanikazia, kuingia mbinguni utandondolea. Maisha yangu yote wewe ndo nategemea, kwa nguvu zangu zote Baba na kutegemea, na kutegemea. Chochote kitanikazia, kuingia mbinguni utandondolea.
Bwana ni mwokozi wangu, tena ni kiongozi wangu, ananipenda leo kuliko jana. Baraka zake hazikuishi, si kama binadamu abadilikie. Ananipenda leo kuliko jana, kuliko jana, kuliko jana. Yesu nipende leo mimi kuliko jana, kuliko jana, kuliko jana. Yesu nipende leo mimi kuliko jana.
Wewe ndo nategemea, kufa kupona Baba na kutegemea. Chochote kitanikazia, kuingia mbinguni utandondolea. Wewe ndo nategemea, kufa kupona Baba na kutegemea. Chochote kitanikazia, kuingia mbinguni utandondolea.
Bwana ni mwokozi wangu, tena ni kiongozi wangu, ananipenda leo kuliko jana. Baraka zake hazikuishi, si kama binadamu abadilikie. Ananipenda leo kuliko jana.
Ndejje University was established by the Anglican Diocese of Luwero. It is the oldest private and chartered university. Its ownership was later on expanded to include all the 6 Church of Uganda dioceses in Buganda region, and this together became Ndejje University Foundation Consortium. In 2009, the university was chartered by the National Council for Higher Education, securing a slot as an accredited national and international institution of higher learning. Against the Christian principles and teachings, Ndejje University was founded, and against the same principles, Ndejje University continues to grow. From its rural setting at Ndejje Hill, Luwero district, 42 kilometers north of Kampala, the university has birthed other study centers and branches in Luwero and Kampala districts, explaining its expansive nature. With its well-articulated vision, Ndejje University has redefined the quality of higher education in Uganda, as one of the students testify.
I'm so lucky to be welcoming you to Ndejje University, where you're going to experience a lot of things. It is at the epic, like everything comes at the epic, I'm telling you. We have the best lecturers, the best courses. I'm sure you're going to witness this when you go to class.
The academic life at Ndejje University is pivoted on 8 faculties of engineering and surveying, arts, education, basic sciences and IT social sciences, environment and agricultural sciences. Here, the academic registrar assures you of a great academic experience.
You are welcome to Ndejje University. We thank you because you chose Ndejje University, because Ndejje University is the university accredited by National Council. It's a chartered university offering a spectrum of courses. And I want to assure you, you'll enjoy your stay. We have a lot of facilities for every program, and you are coming at a time when we are implementing our ODEL program, and you've just come in when we have just gotten the accreditation. So you are the pioneers of the new normal, and you're going to have a feel of it. Being in the new normal, this is new to you and it's new to the university. But I want to assure you that the quality of education you are going to get using the open distance e-learning will not be compromised in quality. You are going to have exactly what you would get when you are having the conventional teaching.
More kids, and someone is removing them, I say, I'm giving out my seat. Let the children sit. And when I have a party or any ceremony, children must be served first. And for that reason, I was baptized late. Yes, I was not sure of that Christianity, which doesn't take care of what? Children. So when I was to be baptized, I said no, that I had my godparent. I still had many questions. Then I was baptized when I was in primary 7. Reason removing me from church, when I was smartly dressed and I came on time. So me, I give children first priority. If you have a wedding and children are served just so they don't eat, don't expect them to wait. You have chased them away. So thank you. I have so many words to talk about, to refer to Mr. Lubwama. The story is endless, but all we promise that as long as we live and we are alive, we shall promote this, we shall go to Senate, and yearly we shall celebrate, we shall invite you, students, friends, colleagues, children, to come together. And it's a good thing for us to come back. The students, for you to come back home, to meet your mentors, your teachers, it's a good thing. I just want to imagine if someone called me back to Makerere University. Sometimes when I go to Makerere, I stand in the front of the faculty, take a photograph. Nobody has ever invited me to go, but I wish I could have such an invitation. It would be a great day for me to go back and even meet the professors who taught us. But to round it off, I would say what I said in the first place. What is important in our lives is to have people who love us and care for us. Most important. So thank you, the guest of honor, Madam Geraldine. I have the honor to invite you to come and address the congregation, and thereafter the dean will close the meeting. Thank you for sparing your time.
Praise God, colleagues. We came for the same. So when we are here, when we used to go for workshops, they would say, write your title and your name, and then we would fold the papers, throw them in a basket and say, now we are for the same cause, so we are colleagues. So when I say, good afternoon, colleagues, I take respect for all whatever needs to be taken care of in the protocol. My name, I sort of came a bit late. We had a lot of jam. I think people are getting their children from school. I just didn't get to know the reason, but I think even people were shopping. So I was calling Madam Nalong to tell her that I'm just being delayed, and she told me that we are soon starting. So I hurried and I was here. Unfortunately, I found when people had already introduced themselves. My name is Gerald Nakatumba Mukabu, Kenya. I'm a retired, should I say teacher or a curriculum developer? Okay, I'm a teacher trainer, lecturer, and lastly, a curriculum developer. No. Last but not least, currently, I'm keeping myself busy as an executive director of St. Gerald's College, and there is an organization called Future Upgrades Foundation, which teaches you how to live your full potential, and there I'm working as a curriculum advisor. So, good to meet you, good to see you, good to see to it that you are here for a good cause of remembering our dear colleague, grandfather, father, mentor on. However, I have something which is a bit unfortunate. If I could put this kind of occasion in Luganda, twaze kujjukira mugenzi, twaze kungubaga, twaze on the other side ya culture wandibadde kwabya lumbe, kubanga olumbe mmala okuzika mukuŋŋaanako nga amaziga gaweddewo ne mugamba bannange tuzo okuŋŋaanako kubanga olumbe ate waba amaziga sikyo kakati tuzo okuŋŋaanako oluvannyuma lw'amaziga gali kati ate nze sirabanko omuntu akungubaga mu luzungu kati bwe baŋŋambye. When I was told to write something, I thought it was home-based, and I thought we were going to meet in a kind of cultural setting, or in Mr. Lubwama's home, and we talk, chat around, meet together. So I'm a bit sorry for those who may not understand Luganda. I'll be patching here and there. Okay? After all, it's not a lecture that we miss notes. It's not an exam. So even if you get 2 words, you'll go with those. So, Civil Vice Chancellor, Head of Department, abakulu abavudde ku university, mama n'abaana b'omugenzi, abo abategese omukolo guno nabo mbassaamu ekitiibwa kubanga mpulidde nti gwe gusoose. Ate kitegeeza nammwe mulina estaffaali gye mwongedde ku Ndejje University kubanga waliwo abasooka ate era abeetaaga ekintu nga kino ate omukulu mpulidde nti akyaniriza. Mwebale nnyo abooluganda abako n'ab'emikwano, nsanyuse nnyo okubeera wano ku mukolo guno. Katonda yeebale nnyo kubanga byonna watali byonna yabiruse. Twandisobodde okugutegeka bomu negwa mu Kampala ffenna ne tutajja. Kale amannya nga babuulidde, gyenva siwala nnyo, ndi mukazi mu Nabusiro, ndi mukazi wa Mamba, era nga bwe nalabye wano mwami Bunjo nasanyuse nnyo kubanga ly'essiga lyaffe va mu ssiga lya Wampona. Omukadde omukazi anzaala ye Katalina Nalumansi agalamidde Nsekwa Busiro. Ku ludda olwo ndi muzzukulu w'Abamafumbe, ndi muzzukulu wa Kasolo e Bukekete Bulamba, Bulemezi. Bwe ntyo ntumidde nnyo ab'amafumbe bonna, bakojjange ne bamaama, Jjajja Christine Bazaala, jjajja naawe nkutumidde nnyo nnyabo. Kaakati bannange, for those who don't understand Luganda, I was just introducing myself and there is nothing much to pick from there. I was just telling them where I come from and those who are responsible for my being here, for my being alive. So, ngenze ku nsonga ey'okubiri. Omukolo guno gukoleddwa olw'ebigendererwa eby'enjawulo. Tuli wano okuŋŋaanako ng'abawantu abamu abalina akakwate n'omugenzi gwe tuyita n'abayise mu mikono gye. Ffenna tewali atalina kakwate. Buli abadde ajja agamba nti nze nali nkutte kkooti, nze nakwata ku ggulu, nze nakwata ku ngatto, nakwata ku bwongo. Kwega buli omu alina engeri gy'ategeeramu omugenzi. Kikulu nnyo. Olw'ekyokubiri twegadde okwebaza Katonda olw'obulamu bwe, kubanga yafa tabalirwa mu bato. Emyaka gye nze ngitegeeredde wano kubanga yali tagitunula. Ne bagamba nti 7 Era kirungi nnyo nti twatandise n'okusaba twongere okwebaza Katonda kubanga Katonda by'akola byonna birungi. Byonna birungi. Tuzze okusiima awamu emirimu emirungi gye yatukolamu ffe, gye yakola ku university, gye yakola ku NCDC, mu kitundu kye yalimu pulidenti yalina ku LC ekyensimbi ziwoome n'eggwanga lyonna okutwalira awamu. Katonda agulumizibwe mu bikolwa byammwe, Bayibuli bw'egamba. Tuzze okwejjukanya ebyo omugenzi Henry bye twamuyigirako oba bye twafuna nga tuyita mu ye. Kinkoze bulungi nnyo okuba ntufunye abayizi. Buli omu alina akantu kajjukira. Buli omu alina agamba nti nina akantu akazimbye obulamu bwange. Nze bulooke enzimbi yagiteeka wano. Nti eyange yagiteeka wano. Eyange yagiteeka. Kwegaba bwe bannyumba oli aganaga nti ey'ensonda we yazimba nawali. Kinsanyusizza nnyo. Era omukulu agambye wano nti abasomesa tusanyukira nnyo mu bibala byaffe. Nze bwe nnyimirira gye nsomesezza n'endaba nga tulina abaana mu Parliament. Abana be nasookerako okusomesa be Sewungu. Sewungu were my P2 students when I was still young. Nga nkyali musomesa wa primary. So, bwe tulaba abaana nga bakoze ebyafaayo, nina omwana omulala gwe nasomesa alina amasomero 3. Alina amasomero 3, Mr. Batovu Vincent. N'abaana abalala. Almost Darren was my student. N'abalala. Kwega tusanyukira nnyo mu bibala byaffe okusinga emisaala. Okuva edda nedda omusomesa asasulwa katono. Naye ate bwe tulaba abaana ffe nga bavudde tulaba ebibala nga tubinoga. Tuwulira essanyu okusinga n'oli afunye ssente. Bwe tutyo bwe tubeera nga tweyagalira mu bibala bye twafuna ate okuva ew'omusomesa waffe kikulu nnyo. Mukulu Henry yali muntu atwala buli muntu nga bw'ali. Omukulu oyo kye namulabako mu magezi ge nga bwe mbadde mugalaba. Yali talina muntu gw'ayisaamu maaso. Twalina abaana abafumba kyayi ku curriculum nga abantu bayisanga bwe balaba naye nga yabadde abiriza. Bwe yali n'emmotoka za project nga bonna tabaleka ku kkuba bagamba naye mujje tugende baani abagenda. Kwe nga tafaayo mu bukulu bwe yali project coordinator Mulamba. Naye nga ebitibwa byabiteekawo n'agamba after all man is a social being. Tuli bantu, tulina okubeeragana, tulina okubeera awamu. Ekyo nakyo kyali kikulu nnyo. Abantu abasinga baga PhDs. Sigamba zino ez'Ndejje. Ngamba pull him down. Buli lwakulaba yalaba ng'ogulumidde n'ayagala anonye ekikussa. Yabadde anyumye naye. Ate kayeraako. Yabadde anyumye naye kibulamu. Anoonya kibulamu n'alyoka akissa. So, abo temubagira. Yes. For our brothers who are listening from the other side, we are just saying, I'm talking about the objectives of this meeting, that we have come together to remember our colleague, our father, our parent, our teacher, our mentor, and I'm still talking about what makes him different, what makes him unique, what makes him a person who added to our lives and society at large. Yali muwandiisi wa bitabo ebikwata ku mbeera y'ensi, social studies. bwe mbeera nga kati nkuze naye ng'otuma omwana mu dduuka n'akweta atlas ng'eriko Mr. Lubwama, mpulira nti mulimu ogwakolebwa. Ne bawandiika atlas, ne bawandiika ebitabo bya social studies, oyinza okuŋŋamba nti ebikyali tulamu. Naye ate nakiyita ntya? Knowledge tevunda oba tekaddiwa. Bwe tuba nga twali tulina okuyiga ku mugga Nile mu myaka gy'enkaaga, na kaakati bakyagusomesaako, baawula bigambo na structure gye bakozesezza. Naye nga tukyasoba ku River Nile, si kyo? Kati waba yawandiika ebitabo mu myaka giri, ebitabo ebyo content erimu ekyali relevant. Yali muntu asobola okubuulirira. Nze nakolako naye mu NCDC era yanzimba nnyo. Naddala bwe yamanya nti kitange eyali asomera Naddangira, mwami Mubiru, yali mukwano gwa mwami Kasolo, nga beeyita muko. So, yangamba nti mwana weeka, gwe Gerard mwana weeka tugende. N'olwekyo, nabeera nga nze antwala mu category, ate bwe yamanya nti obukojja bwange ye, nga mpita muwala we. Bwe ntyo, nanzimba nnyo kubanga bo twabasangayo mu curriculum nga bw'onoowulira nti be batandika curriculum, twabasangayo nga bamanyi ekyokukola. Bwe twagenda tewaaliwo mbeera ya kutendeka muntu mu mulimu gwa curriculum. Jjukira wavanga ku lubaawo ne bagamba nti kati oli curriculum developer, n'ogamba oba bye biki. Naye ffe abaali basomyeko mu primary, as a primary teacher, namanya nga basomesanga ekigambo curriculum. Nti ebintu byosomesa simanya ku course, ngamba konza ate kati tugenda bikola kochi. Twalina okubeera nga tutendekebwa mu mulimu gwe tuzza okukola ogwali ogw'enjawulo ekitaabeerawo. Naye buli kye wamubuuzanga ng'akugamba tuulaawo, ng'akikubuulira ng'akusomera ng'oyingira mu system. Ne tuyingira mu system ne wandibadde nga tebyali nti babitegese, naye twayingira mu system olw'okuganyulwa mu kubeerawo kwe. Yali musomesa era abayizi abayita mu mikono gye bali ku mukolo guno, abatali ku mukolo guno, abali ku mukolo guno be batono. Abantu boogedde ne bagamba mu classes balinga mu 35 n'abalala bangi. Nze nasomesaako mu NTC ne mu university. Okujjako ng'oggyeko course ng'eno eya mwami Mugalu eyali etandika, naye ng'oyimirira n'osomesa abaana 100 meka oba 100. So bwe njogera nti abayizi abayise mu mikono gye tobala, ndowooza ndi mutuufu. Yatambula nnyo eggwanga nga basomesa ku bintu ebikwata ku bungi bw'abantu, population and final life, bwe buyinza okukozesa amaka kinnoomu oba nga bwe buyinza okukozesa okuyamba amaka kinnoomu, population and family life education. Kwegamba abantu baali bazaala abaana bangi, tuli bangi, naye nga tebalaba mutawaana gulimu. Kakati project ye yali egamba abantu, sigamba abasajja bokka n'abakazi, tugamba abantu zaala abaana b'onookola ki, b'onoosobola. Naye lulinga omuntu yeenyumiriza agamba jjajja nga afudde alese abaana 35, nze nja kuleka 38, ojja kuleka 5. Kwegamba nga tulinga abali mu kusiŋŋana, ate ng'oli awulira bulungi nga bagambye nti jjajjawo yaleka abaana 6. Kiba kitegeeza baleka abaana 6 yawosa abakazi nga 15. Eryo kyali kyakwenyumirizaamu, naye nga twagala ekirowoozo ekyo okukijja mu baana. Era nzijukira omwana wange yasoma ekireka SDA, yajja n'aŋŋamba nti mami nkubuulire tye, nze bwe ndikula nja kuzaala abaana bameka? 2. Namubuuza lwaki, n'agamba abaana abangi balwanira emmere, kubanga waliwo akafaananyi ako ng'obwana butudde bulwanira emmere. Kati abali abaali balina famire entono nga buli mwana akutte akasowaani ke, ng'akasowaani kajjudde, buli mwana ali yekka akola ki, buno buli ku lusaniya bulwanira emmere. Kaakati omwana ekifaananyi ekyo kyamusigalamu n'aŋŋamba mami, yali amaze okusoma social studies, n'ajjeeka n'aŋŋamba mami nja kuzaala abaana bameka? Ne mubuuza lwaki, nti abaana abangi balwanira emmere. Konzo so kati eyo ate naffe twalina abaana bangi awaka, simanyi okiraba, naye abaffe tebalwaniranga mmere, twaba buli omu ku sowaani ye. Naye ndowooza yamala ekifaananyi kiri kyamulaga nti abaana abangi tebafuna kye beetaaga. Bangi muffe twagobola mubaka bwe kubanga okugeza. Kaakati bamaama balina abaana abawera 8, mumpe ku mikono wano. Oba muwala wo ng'olina buzzukulu alina obwana 8. Message yatuuka, bw'eba nsigo yakola ki? Yamera. Kubanga ne wabale muwala wo ng'azadde akaana ak'omukaaga nga mwana wange lekeraawo, ebintu bizibu. So obubaka bwatuuka. Yafubanga nnyo okubeera n'omulimu ogukubeezaawo. Project yali egamba nti fuba nnyo okubeera n'omulimu okubeezaawo nga bayigiriza ebintu ebyo. Zaala abaana b'onoosobola. Amaka agalimu abantu abangi gamenya nnyinigo. Era byonna ebyali mu projekiti eyo abantu, era kati abantu duli twakolanga bwe tuti n'obeera ng'oli mwami n'omukyala mulina abaana 4, waliwo abaana bakkojjaawo 3, waliwo abaana bassenga 2, nembeera ne famire y'abantu 40 ng'era kyamulembe. Amaka ga gundi galimu ki? Abantu. Naye kaakati omulembe gwakola ki? Gwagwa, which means message eyo eyayigirizibwa emyaka 26 egiyise yatambula n'ekola omulimu. Yali mufumbo awa ekyokulabirako ekirungi. Kubanze okuva lwe namulaba gye twatambulanga mu masafaari mu ggwanga wano, nze saali part of the project. Naye yantwalanga n'agamba muwala wange tuwulire ebintu bino tolina nekyoyinza kukolamu, onotulaano n'olina kyonookola, sooka olabemu wakola ki? Ne mugamba nali head of science eggaba. Kati science tomumanyi, onaagulika kye toyinza mukola, sooka obisomemu, tugende obisomese. Kaakati nze nga ŋŋenda kaakati tutuuka mu field, abantu be twalinga nabo baali bavubuka. Nze of course nali maze okusomesa mu primary, secondary, NTC and so on, saali muto nnyo. Kaakati nga tulina abantu abavubuka be tugenda nabo mu field. Era bwe batandikanga okutuuka mu field, mwamalanga olunaku lumu ne batandika okunoonya okulumaluma ensubi. Naye Katonda agulumizibwe, yali responsible father. Saamulabako ng'abagoberera, yabalabanga naye n'agamba ebyo si byange. Yali muntu eyeewala entalo n'empala n'ezitakoma. Waliwo yakyogeddeko wano nga tayagala ntalo. He wanted his peace. Njagala okugereza singa obeera ng'olina omulimu ne baleeta omuntu oba n'omuleeta omuntu ne baleeta omuntu nga mupya n'omutendeka mu mulimu ogwo n'amala okubiyiga bulungi. Bw'amala okubiyiga n'asooka azuula akatuli w'onooyita, akatuli w'anaakuyisa. Era bw'amala okukalaba naga naye wano anaagyawo. Bwe nsindika bwe nti ajja kugyawo. N'amusindika musajja atu n'akola ki? N'ayitawo. Abaamanya. Era kino ndowooza asobola okukijjukira ye Maama Christine. Naye omuntu nabula obutafiira ku bbala limu. Kye bagambye ekya resilience, tetubala mirundi emeka gy'ogudde, naye tubala emirundi gy'ogudde n'osituka. Yasituka mangu n'agamba nina ebbaluwa zange nzirina. Why can't I do something? Ate bwe tuba tugenze mu curriculum tumala kubeera basomesa ffe twagenderayo ng'olina okuba n'experience ya myaka 10 mu kusomesa olyoka ogenda okola curriculum. N'awandika ebitabo bye, n'agenda mu university n'asomesa, tebatute magezi gange. Then what is it? Why should I cry over spilt milk? Tulabamu obuvumu obw'okubeera ng'ogamba obanga ogudde tokaaba, bw'ofiira tosula ku malaalo, si kyo? Baga nti abejjereza omunyago omunafu abejjereza omunyago, si kyo? Nzize ewuwo sisanze mu ntebe mu nnyumba nongamba munaga nti olutalo lwa Museveni olwaliwo emyaka 3 emabega nonga olutalo lwa munaga nti abanyanya bazitwala. Sewabuwadda kale sewabuwadda naye ogade onyongereddeko bulungi n'okajjuza. Kale abaana abato bakayize. Kale nange kwe njugidde bwentyo. Kale kakati omuntu ono kyenjagala okumuyigako nti teyakola lutalo yadde empalana yadde okusigala nga akiyimba kubanga oyinza ogenda ogamba gundi oyo yankola bubi. He pushed on n'agamba tozibye bw'oba ng'ozibye wano tozibye wa makubo malala. So he had to go. Ate n'aganyula eggwanga lino okusinga we yandikoze wali. Yali omuntu eyali ayagala Katonda era ng'afuba okumwagaza abalala. Kyo twakirabiranga mu ngeri gye yabeeranga nga kansolinga. Of course abantu balina n'ebizibu ku mulimu. Naye yagenda anaga nti ensi wano si weekola ki? Si weekoma. Ate bw'otunuulira ebiri mu nsi si gwe osinza okubonaabona. N'olwekyo find an alternative. Okiraba? Find some happiness somewhere else. obona akunyiga lwaki tobeera n'oli baweddeyo obona akunyiga ng'ayita wano guyita wali kale nno kakati ekyo nakyo nakirabiranga n'atandika okutunuuliza Katonda wo kino kyerekeranga mu ngeri yabuuliranga abantu ekintu abaana kye baatwala era embala gye nsaba yeeyongere mu maaso gw'omukulu yatwala wholesale olina omulimu munene wholesale n'otwala amannya g'omuntu gonna ne bagawamu naffe tulina kanyinaffe ketugamba bwe tutyo gwe wholesale lwaki abanja bagakuwa batya gonna wantuteka erimu kale yali director w'essomero era kati essomero tukyaliraba era Frobel awo ensimbi ziwoome naye ate era ng'asemusa n'endejje muno tulabiramu embala y'obuterekera embala y'obutatuuliraawo embala y'obutatega mutego gumu embala y'okulaba wano na wali kalina abiri katega wano otega kakola ki otega kalaba n'olwekyo ekyo tuyebaliza Katonda era nga ffe tetuzze kugamba bugambi nti tubyogera tugamba ekikapu kino kye yaleka oba kye yalina tuggyemu kiruwa kye tutwala mu maaso tuyigirako ki ky'oba olaba nti omuntu bw'afa bamuteeka wali n'afuuka specimen ne batandika okwogera yakolanga kino bw'agenza okuzika tukabukabi n'ozika n'ovaayo ebigambo ebyo bye boogera mulimu ky'ogamba nti omusajja ono abadde abumba ensuwa n'akola na kino ogenze kwongera kuyiga kitange yaŋŋamba nga tannafa nangamba mwana wange buli woogenda nkusaba obbewo nenga nti ekiki nagalindako nkyayogera yalina bugalubindi nga bwa rawundi naye banga alina ekirisiya kyagala okukugamba nga sooka n'akola ki nazijjako ndozaalabanga wala okulaga nti ali siriasi nga jabugalubindi naga look here olwo ng'agattamu ne ku luzungu nagamba look here listen to me akati nayo kagamba naga nti buli woogenda togendanga wantu n'otobaako kyokoze eki kyoyizeeyo era bwe mwagendanga wantu ng'akomawo ng'akubuuza ng'olinga agenda okuwa composition nsaba wembuulira olugendo we lwabadde wayizeeyo ki kwegamba buli wetutuuka olina kyoyiga ne bw'otuuka mu sitingirumu y'omuntu noonyayo kyogenda okuyigayo oba sheepu ya ddirisa oba kyatimbye mu ddiiro oba ngeri gye bakwanirizzaamu kwegamba baako koyiga buli w'otuuse baako kukyoyigayo n'olwekyo kakati tugamba nti ebintu bino byonna tetubyogera mbu tukole omukolo gugwe naye lessons zonna zonna ezibadde wano kirungi nnyo nti abamu bazikutte empapula tuzifunye tuyizeemu ki tukwatiddewa yali mugabi yafubanga nnyo tugabira ku bintu bya project ffe twagenda mu curriculum bali batuwa caayi naye nga batuwa mazzi lanchi ne babawo emmere 2 n'enva 2 olwo obulamu bwali bukyaliwo bulungi naye bonga ba project banywa mata babayitako n'ebyokuliirako olwafukaako ekikopo bwati twalira abo bajeradi twali musemuwi abajeradi genda bawe caayi ng'agamba kasozi kakati ate abamu nga bawulira bubi ku nsonga eno nga bagamba caayi mugenda munywa ne mummalawo so emirundi egimu bw'ataabangawo nga tebakola ki nga tebatuwa so wega twamulabangamu taata wa caayi kati waliwo ekintu kyempulidde nga nange nkirina wano yali musomesa atasangika eyagattanga ebirungo mu kusomesa ebiyinza okuyamba omuyizi okukozesa amagezi g'ayize ng'oggyeko okuyita ebibuuzo abantu abamu bakyogeddeko we teach for passing we teach for marks we teach for grades but we don't teach for sustainable development tetusomesa mwana kubeera nti amagezi gano gemuwadde leero enkya ajja gakozesa kasitaddamu ebibuuzo ng'oba history gundi bamuzaala ddi naye lwe bagizuula ddi nenteekawo tiiki nefuna 8 nga mukuba ku mwana wange osomye nnyo naye ekinaana okifunye amagezi gano gagenda kuyamba gatya enkya ng'ovudde wano ne bwe nali nga nsoma obwa teacher trainer nabuuza kakati wano tusoma ebya teacher training byebiki bwe mbanga ntendeka abasomesa nkola ntebaga nti omusomesa omutendeka n'omuwa content ate n'omuyigiza n'engeri gy'anaagikola ki gy'anaagiwaamu abaana kakati abasomesa b'ennaku zino nga nzijjeko mu abali wano basomesa omwana ne bamuwa content nnyingi nnyo naye omwana oyo nga tayinza kweyambisa bintu ebyo bwe twabanga tugenda okusoma ffe twasoma kaliisoliiso mwabali wano mwasoma science naye ffe ab'omugyenkaaga twasoma kaliisoliiso ye science kati oba nature study twabanga tugenda okusoma nature study ng'omusomesa ffe baatuma bye tunaasomesa genda oleete ekikoola ekyesimbye otugenda okuleeta ekikoola kya ffene bwayetanga ekitali kyekyo nti nabagambye ekikoola ki ekyesimbye kaakati ayinza okubalaga ekya ffene nakagenda kya ffene naye tayo kifaanagana na kino olaba diversity of information ng'ate ennaku zino kankulage kikyowa P1 ecupa ng'eyo nagigamba abaana everybody bottle muddemu abayizi bano everybody bottle repeat after me gwe weka group eno ababiri mmwe everybody kakati omwana bw'onooleta eccupa ya soda n'omugamba nti what is this oli mugezi nnyo eccupa tika gyetulaze si eki eno ye boto era n'omwana omujagale n'agamba nti ekitabo kya tica bakiyitanga black book tica ngagamba omwana get my book era ekitabo kyange kinene kya buuku nga banki bayita buuku kyekitabo kya tica kubanga ffe twasomesanga mu busabo n'obusalemu P1 omala okuyiga okuwanika P12 P3 n'ofuna ekitabo ekiramba kakati ekitabo kyange kinene kyaki kya buuku nga banki bayita buuku ye black book yani ya tica kyenjagadde okugamba nti omusomesa ono bw'agamba nti muleete ebikoola bino jjukira omu ajja kuleeta ekikoola kya tugeze ekyomucungwa ajja kuleeta ekikoola ekyakasolisi kale kakati ebikoola ebyenjawulo alyoka abawulyemu abagambe nti bino si byebyo bambi tikyo yabadde tasobola kuleeta bikoola ebyo era n'abikola ki n'abibalaga naye ennaku zino omusomesa akwata ekikoola kimu everybody leave kakati ekikoola simple leaf efaanana bweti bw'aba abayambye n'agikuba ku lubaawo n'agirebolya mutegedde enkya tugenda kuyiga ku bikoola ebirala ajja kujja nga abikubye ku lubaawo bw'aba asobodde ku kikyati n'ebikyati tebikyaliyo kyenjagadde obagamba nti omukulu omu ayogere curriculum n'agamba nti we involve the learners into the learning process omwana bw'abeera involved ebintu abiyiga nze wembagambire nti twasoma kaliisoliiso kyekyalinga ekyokusatu kati nina emyaka 6 n'omusobyo nkyajjukira tica kye yakola naye njagala obuuza omwana wa P7 kyeyasoma mu P5 omuwete si kaakati ajja jigwa nga tali mu P7 kyeŋŋamba tuvudde mu kusomesa okwandibadde ne tudda mu kirala kaakati abakulu bano okusinza ku mukulu ono kyawadde twagala tuddeyo nga bwe twasomesanga oba nga bano bannaffe abatuyambye ne babeera n'amagezi agalina bino ebirungo ebyo bambi tubigire kirungi yabirese mu buwandiike tubigezeeko ate mumwe ab'Endejje mubisige mu basomesa babitwale wansi kale nolwekyo tulina okusomesa ku lw'obulamu bw'omwana obw'omu maaso nze mbabuulirayo kasitolo akatali kalungi nnyo nina omwana wa mwannyinaze yasoma secondary n'ayita bulungi n'agenda ku HSC n'akola bulungi n'afuna ku gavumenti n'agenda university kale sijja gyogera n'agenda n'asoma simanyi the psychology of accounting mama ne tusanyuka omwana yamala emyaka wagindaba ng'atudde tafunanga mulimu yali atuyambye oba kutuyamba oba sikutuyamba tazadde tafumbiddwa talina mulimu mami's girl ali waki ali waka kaakati mami's girl n'ogamba bannange kiki kino twamuweerezanga bu message nga tusomye mu mawulire ne mugamba munnange saba ku mulimu guno n'omugamba munnange kaakati wagusabye saabadde na data ng'alina laptop naye okubeera TikTok ez'ennaku zo ne kwabangako obuzannyo ku laptop asobola okuzannyirako obuzannyo eyo data akola ki agirina naye talina data ekola ki esaba mulimu
naye nga lyetaaga sinyinga 1000 oba 1500 ne famire gye njogerako taata we gwenjogera kati omu ku ba top officials mu Kyambogo kasi yali famire etesobola kufuna data kakati njagala okugamba nti yali alakinga ki capacity to live to have full potential amagezi ge yasoma yagakuŋŋanya mu fayiro n'afuna first class degree naye tesobola kumuyamba kitwandiise okwoza ng'oyanika mu ttaka tesobola kumuyamba lwaki ekirungo kino kyembadde njogerako kye twafuna ffe emabega kati ennaku zino kinaabuuse era abakulu nga bano mugira mubeerawo kirajjukirwa nti y'omu ku baatandika curriculum ng'ali ne mwami Bagunywa omugenzi kati mwami Kalinda omugenzi omulala mwami Musisi mukyala Kiganda akoze omulimu ogw'ettendo mu ggwanga national curriculum oba ebintu gyebiri oba curriculum relevant oba teri waliwo ekikoleddwa sikyo n'olwekyo nga oli bagambye nti nga tonnaba kusiimamu tonnaba kuwoomerwa nswa siime lwaki tojjukira enkuyege ezaabumba ekiswa n'olwekyo tulina cause okujjukira abantu nga bano I've just highlighted the deceased as a mentor, a model, a teacher, a writer, a trainer, a parent, an educator, initiator of the curriculum, and other causes. And I was just talking about the differences in the curriculum. As we have it now is not what we had during our time. That's why you can remain relevant. Tell somebody, you just tell somebody that you are going to retire, and when you say retire, he will hate you for life. Because he sees no other thing other than the little he's doing. He's not looking outside the box. But we are taught many things, and for us, during our time, skilling was there. Twebaza Katonda olw'ebirabo n'embala ze yawa omuddu we Henry, ate n'amuwa obulamu n'emyaka egyamusobozesa abantu okumuganyulwamu. Twongera okusiima Lugaba olwa Mama Christine. Bannange naffe tubadde ng'abawoomerwa enswa. Ebintu bino byonna bw'oba tolina mukazi alisitedde tosobola bikola. N'odduka n'ogenda Ndejje n'obeereyo ku baana ng'ate ababo ab'essomero lyo bali wano. Omwami omu alina essomero ddene nnyo. Naye olumu yaŋŋamba ne mugamba naye mwe mukola mutya amasomero ne gatambula. N'aŋŋamba nti essomero oba ng'oyagala litambule capital gw'olina okuteekamu is time. N'agamba olina oddiwa about 70% of your time. N'olwekyo bwe yandidduse ogenda okusinkana abaana bali abamuli ku mutima essomero lino lyandikoze ki? Lyandigudde. Naye maama yayimirirawo ate n'obigumira kubanga omuntu alowooza ennyo ku kusoma oba ku mulimu gwe olumu atama. Kaakati nga bwe ntunula bwe nti okuggyako Madamu Naalongo yamanyimisa Bukeja kati nyinza okwogera era bwe mbimanya nja kumanya nti gwe bimugambye. Kaakati guleedi z'abasomesa abalowooleza mu baana. Mwami Bukeja agenda ku Saturday yagenda n'asomesa mu ssomero nga lya private. Jjukira private bwe beetandika mugenda ne muleeta buli yenna ne muteeka ku board ekilasi zijjule. Kaakati yagenda ng'essomero lyakatandika baleese John Dick ne Tom asobola n'atakola ki? As long as he can bring money. Ate nga yali amanyidde nti ze bwe nsomesa omwana alina okukola ki? Okuyita alaba abaana tebakola ki? Tebajja. N'agamba nkoze ntya? N'abazaayo emabega nga teacher trainer. N'agamba omwana ono alina awatanywera. Kansooke nyweze ebyemabega wanajja kubiraba. Of course he was teaching mathematics which you can go back and mend what never went well. N'asomesa abaana ku Saturday yakola ki? Saturday ng'agenda asomesa. Ku Sunday n'agenda asomesa. Kubanga abaana yali yabazaayo ng'ayagala scheme eno gye yakola. Headmaster bw'ajja aleme gamba nti oli mabega. Bambi ng'agezaako okubazaamu yabazanga mu gundi bya P6 nga secondary naye n'abazaayo mu P6 work ne bakola. Kati nga ne ku Sunday agyali, ku Monday gyali, Saturday gyali. Naffe tutandika okuga nti bannaye nga tunaalaba naki? N'abaana. Naye maama wange ndowooza gwe abaana tewabeetamwa.
era olumuntu alina omukoleka ne bambuuza omwami aluwa nagamba naye temumbuuza muyinza okunyiza naye mubireke nga bwe biri kubanga nga yagenze ku ssomero nga buli bambuuza mbagamba yagenzewa ebyo bitama naye kasa siri omu tuli bangi kasa tuli bangi kakati mama wange Katonda agulumizibwemu ekyo kyeyakuwa era weebale nnyo obugumiikiriza obwo ate waliwo n'abakyala nga tayagala kulaba mukazi mu mmotoka kakati bakugambye nti yasitulanga ekirindi ky'abakazi mu mmotoka kakati ajja avuga bakyala n'otomubuuza naye maama era gwe bawalifuti bonna bakyala mukazi watu yagamba n'agamba ebyo Katonda yakola ki yabimanyi naye Katonda akuumirayo kubanga tetulabyewo kaana katafaanana gwe oba Mr. Lubwama n'olwekyo Katonda yali naawe kakati bwe tutyo nga bwe tuli wano tulebe kukola kwebuulira bintu bya mugenzi byokka bye tusobola okukoppa naye tube ba mugaso nga bwe yali bannange abantu ndabyewo ekintu kyendabye ekirungi ekinsanyusiza era ekimuvuza omutima olaba omugenzi omuntu n'abeera nga atandise kalira n'agikomya waagikomezza n'ebeerawo emyaka emirala 2 nga tewali agikutteko nabuuza kalira nti nannyini yakola ki yagenda kaakati tulina abantu nga bano naalo department bajja kutambuza ekintu tekijja kufa emera byaleese asimbe tebijja kufa kaakati njagala okuddayo ekisembayo ekyensembyayo kiri bwe kiti olutuuka ng'abantu bafiirwa ebigambo bye tubagamba era bye tubagambye wano bannanga omugenzi abadde munnange nnyo omugenzi yampanga ku mazzi omugenzi yampanga ku kino yes olagenda ayinza okuddamu sigweka gwe yawa nange yakola ki nange yampa so what tulina omulimu omunene ogw'okukubagiza okubumbabumba okuddaabiriza okusustaininga obutaleka bantu bano birowoozo byabwe kwennyika era bwe tuba tukoze omukolo nga guno omulimu nga guno gutandikirewo kambabuulire abantu nga bano mulimu ebintu by'ogamba nti omuntu yeetaaga ki olumu tetumanya abantu be beetaaga kakati gwe ng'odduka ng'omutwalira sukaali Madam Christine okay kyokka yina ensawo mu sitoowa ya kilo 5 agirako abayizi ye neegirako kagilasi kagenda okukola ki okunywa teyeetaaga sukaali nina mwannyinaze yafa nga musajja mugagga nnyo neŋŋenda ye naafa kakati neŋŋenda nentuukayo neŋŋamba kati ono omukazi alina essente nnyingi bweziti ŋŋenda muwaakinze jiida waabwe nkoze ntya bwe ntuuka wali neŋŋamba oba ŋŋende neefukule mufumbire ninanga nenja kuba nfumbira bali abatammanyi njagala ono gwe nzize okulaba nga ntuuka ew'omukyala nga mutuukako bwe nga mugamba nti maama koni nkukolere ki nali sirina sente nga of course yandigambye nti mpa kino nakiri naŋŋamba nti tuulako wano wendi olaba she just wanted somebody to sit near her kubanga balambe baali bamwefuukidde baganye n'omufu omutwala ku kyaki bamugamba kino bamugamba ki omukazi ng'ali patabudi talaba muntu ali ku sayidi ye atudde wano ne baganda be bagenze kulwana ntalo taata we yamuliko bw'aba alina waagenda taata we ye protection yokka gy'alina simanyi olaba naŋŋamba tuulako wano nange kyankaabya era abali bibalowooza nti nkaabira mugenzi nakaabira mbeera ya mukyalo ono abantu bajja kunfuna olowooza nti bano wenna bakaabira mugenzi abamu babakaaba tampadde sente zange mbadde mubanja omulala abajjukidde jjajjaawe n'agamba keseyo gye balese efaanani eddala eya jjajja wange so ebintu weebityo bwe biri neŋŋamba omukyalo ono baali bakyatuwa bumesagi bwa MTN obwo obwereere so I said what can I do with these messages so I would wake up at 6 nentandika okuweereza bwe ndaba mu gundi yange nenga kati nja kuwa namba 2 mu A mu B nempamu 2 mu C bwentyo nayiweerezanga mu message God loves you so do I Some people would come back and say, Bananga, you made my day, but stressed. Na ye onkoze bulungi nnyo nakkakkanye simanyi okiraba. N'akagamba akamugamba nti okyali mwensa omanyi bambi bwe tufiirwa oyinza okukoza nti ne mu Mothers Union banno tebakyakulabawo so baba bakulabawo naye kibeera mu gwe ki psychological otandika okuwulira nga tokyawera ojula noga nti banyimire enjogere mu bakyala noga neene dda nze namwandu noddako wano mukyala gundi jangu addressinga abakyala bano so ng'okyali wa mugaso tulina okubabuulira nti bakyali ba mugaso tulina okubabuulira nti you can succeed tulina okubazzaamu amaanyi tuyinza obutabawa ssente naye beetaaga akagamba kati balina gye bakagula oyina kagula ku bantu nga ffe nojja n'omugamba nti Mama Christine munnange olyo tenamuweza ka message oyinza obutagendayo n'omugamba nti Mama Christine Katonda akwagala nange nkola ki nange nkwagala tufuna obuntu ku WhatsApp obuzzaamu amaanyi kaweereze waliwo omuntu we basoma ng'oyo bw'asomye mu Bible kaweereze abeerenga omuyamba okusigala nga yeekutte Katonda kuba Katonda yaeringa endowooza. I'm part of Ndejje. I'm part of Ndejje Protocol. And by the way, amazzi gakulukutira gye gaali gakulukutidde. Omuntu bw'asoma ebyafaayo bya Ndejje. Taata wa maama wange yali Erukaana Mukasa. Yali Reverend Ndejje. Kwa maama wange bamuzaala sayidi eyo. Ne maama wange bwe yakula n'asanga kitange nga mukatuliki n'akola ki n'akyuka era bakojjange bonna baki ba Church of Uganda so kakati atira bagwe akasayi bwe kansikane kantwale Ndejje kale nno Ndejje waffe maiza nga nsima bategesa omukolo guno bannange era ekirungi nti mugiddemu n'ekirowoozo nti bwe tuba tujjukira tukikole buli mwaka ate situjjukira ono yekka tuza kuteeka omukolo gumu nga gulimu bonna ne tujja bonna ne tukuŋŋaanya amagezi ge baalina ne tulaba oba tukyali ku mulamwa gwe baasimba ne tulaba oba tukyali mu mbeera gye baatulekamu mazima gundi yazimba eddirisa eyo naye mazima kati myaka esatu tebaako tuli bwe tutyo tukiraba okuba nga yagamba nti bannange akatuuti kasiige ne bakasiga langi ese emyaka etaano langi eyo nga yekyakola ki yekyaliwo twejjukanya ne tulaba ebitateredde ne tubitereeza. Sebo tweyanziza nnyo abakulu abatadde mu ssente kibabalire era abaddizeewo ku lw'abaana abasomesa abayizi abakola naye abooluganda abakola ab'emikwano mwe bakojjange omanye obukojja teva wa lubulu buli avaayo abeera nnyoko oba kojja bene sigasebye ku maama wange abaana muyimirireko tulabe oli gwensinza okukwatamu eyatwala byonna noono onaatwala kufanika ddagiro naatwala byonna maama wange aluwo toli maama wange n'omu kale bayinza okuba nga tebazze emirimu gy'abatutte kakati bamaama bange jjajja munnange omulimu gw'okoze simutene yongera bw'otyo Katonda akugumye bulijjo yita mwoyo mutuukirivu Katonda ayogere naawe ate mwoyo mutuukirivu ekibi kye tagwanga nkuba kubanga enkuba n'ataagisabye ekola ki emutonnyera ye tagenda ku mikolo gye batamuyise so olina omuyita mu bulamu bwo najja nakukolamu omulimu n'obeera naye Katonda akubagize emitima gyonna egikyennyise kubanga akola n'ebibye nga bw'ayagala mukitegeere nti Katonda akola n'ebibye nga bw'ayagala ate tetujja kukaaba mirembe na mirembe ng'abatalina kukkiriza abalina okukkiriza tugamba nti byoyagala bikolebwe buli kumakya omuga nti byoyagala bikolebwe so kyeyagala kyakolebwa kakati tumusabe bw'andaba akola ebirala ate ffe tubeere ku sayidi endala eteri y'amaziga Katonda agulumizibwa ebyo byonna ebyakolebwa n'ebikoleddwa olwaleero Ssaabasajja Kabaka wangaali.
saagala mmale ndabye. August of honor. Thank you so much. Olw'ebigambo ebiwoomu bannange buli kimu kivuddeyo bulungi.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm so sorry that I forgot all about you, but he's going to replay.
Yes, yeah. But she was talking about the life of Dr. Lubwama and the good things he did. We are going to publish her speech in the university graduation magazine, and we're able to read what she has said and what other people have said. We shall quickly contact those who are working on the magazine. We shall have a section for the Faculty of Education. This is her second time to be here. About 12 years ago, we had an inter-institutional prayer day for Catholic students at main campus, and we had close to 5,000 youth from Catholic institutions. She was still our chief guest. If you had her counsel the youth, you would not let her stop speaking. So you are a highly gifted person. I'm glad you are talking about your grandfather, your brother, Dr. Lubwama.
Dr. Lubwama was my uncle.
Her uncle, Koja. And you are the right person. Mr. Lubwama yatugambanga ekintu. Bwe yayagalanga omuntu ne bw'akola ensobi yagamba nze mba nayagala omuntu kiba kyaggwa. No, this person is doing whatever why can't you see Zenamala that his love was irreversible. Fabali mikwano gye ne bojja n'oyogera oyakola atya kutunulira kale kiwedde. You never change him. I had never seen such a person. Yenga agamba kasiko omuntu aba amaze okubeera mukwano gwe kiwedde oba akola bityo bati kyaggwa talina kyakukola. Oba otwala olugambo kiwedde. Bannange mpulira essanyu olwa chief guest otukoze bulungi olw'ebigambo ebiwoomu. Bannange mbadde saagala amale kale naye we shall invite you another time. This is just a beginning. It's not the end, and we shall come back and share. Thank you so much for sparing your time. I have the honor to invite our Dean, Faculty of Education. He's in the shoes of the Vice Chancellor. We are glad that the Vice Chancellor delivered his speech to us. Mr. Twinamasko, would you please come, give your remarks, and then dissolve the meeting. Thank you so much.
Our guest speaker, Mama Christine, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad that we are here this evening or this afternoon. I want to thank God that has made this day a success. When the team, Madam Nakazi and Grace, told him about this lecture, because this is the first of its kind in Ndejje University. First of all, at faculty level, we welcomed it, but we are looking forward to seeing it come to pass. So I want to give God the glory that it has come to pass at such a time like this. I want to thank God for that. I want also to thank everybody who have spared their precious time. People in Kampala are really busy and you have a lot of things to do, but you have spared this time to come and join us in this lecture. It's an important one because the late did a lot for Ndejje University. I want to mention that when I joined Ndejje University, Dr. Henry was the dean. So he's the one who initiated me in Ndejje University. I was a small boy. I had all my hair by the time I joined. So he so he welcomed me well and mentored me. The late supported me when I became the deputy dean of the Faculty of Education. People in management, you know what happens usually to most people, more especially when you are getting into their shoes. As she mentioned, the PhD, which has been the first time, they pull him down approach. The late Dr. Lubwama wasn't of that kind. He instead supported me, and eventually I became the Dean Faculty of Education. And still, he kept on guiding me because he took me as a son. So we want to appreciate him for the good job well done. The family, as the Vice Chancellor mentioned it, we shall follow up what is due to the late. I've given him the format, and kindly let's do it well in time. Our guest speaker has talked a lot, and you can imagine what it means when such a big drum has finished talking, what you can really add. And above all, when we have spent the whole day here. But all in all, I want to say that thanks so much for joining us. Let's continue praying for this family. We cannot thank the doctor much, really, because what he did was so much. I remember one time I had a challenge, and he drove. No, this can't happen. Let us go and see the US, you know? And you can see, when you look at me, I'm not a person of this soil, that I is the son of Sandy. So no, it's a person whom he didn't know the background, but that's how the late was. I want to thank God that you have made it. The young ones, we wish you all the best. Thanks for the performances, the presentations. There was a younger lady who presented here, this kit which the primary section performed. It was so wonderful. So once thank you so much for coming. And with that, I want to declare this session dissolved. May God bless you. I wish you all the best.
With a word of prayer. Thank you so much.
Can we all stand up for a prayer?
to the Father through Jesus the Son. And in the glory, repentance they must Katonda waffe omulungi, twagala okukwebaza olw'olunaku luno olwaleero. Twebaza olw'ekiseera kino okuviira ddala ku makya ky'otutembeese okutuukira ddala ku nkomerero y'omukolo guno. Tukwebaza olw'abantu bonna ababadde wano abazze okwetaba mu mukono guno, abakyala n'abaami n'abaana abato. Mukama weebazibwe nnyo, ekitiibwa n'ettendo tukikuddiza. Twongera bwongezi kukwebaza olwa byonna ebibaddewo olwaleero. Byonna tulabye omukono gwo nga byonna biruŋŋamizibwa mu kufugako. Mukama weebazibwe nnyo. Twongera kusabira famire eno, Mukama oyongere okugikuuma, Maama Christine n'abaana, taata oba jjajja waffe waatali. Mukama ekifo ekyo kijjulemu mu bulamu bwabwe, beera omugabirizi bwabwe byonna. Obajje wala nnyo era n'ekiseera ekisigadde okubajja wano n'okubongerayo mu maaso, Mukama byonna tubiteeka mu mikono gyo. Ne famire nga Ndejje family tusigala tuli bumu ne famire ya late Dr Lubwama, era tubakakasa nti tujja kusigalira ddala n'obumu obwo. Era twebaza bwebaza byonna, Mukama bibadde birungi olwaleero. Ebitabadde birungi Mukama tetwabitegese. Tusaba nga tuddayo eka buli omu gye yavudde, Mukama otukuume, otuzzeeyo n'emirembe. Era byonna Mukama bonna abatadde mu mukolo guno, buli omu alina ky'atodde okuviira ddala mu nsawo n'obudde bwennyini. Mukama obaddizeewo ebingi buli omu by'asinga okwagala. Era tusabye ebyo byonna ntuyita mu Omwana omwagalwa Yesu Kristo Mukama waffe. Amiina. Njagala tuwumuzike n'akayimba kano. Maama Gerard njangu okulembere akayimba aka Bind Us Together. Buli omu kwata munno akulinaanye, tweyongere obumu obwo. Bind us together with all that cannot be broken. Bind us together, Lord, bind us together, Lord, bind us together with love. There is only one God. There is only one God.